Yo, I just saw the little sparrows go into the little nest that we have on our balcony. Oh, he just flew up there. Wow. Oh, that makes me happy. Hello, it is I. It is I, the Winnie. The lovely Winnie. I am here. My bird is pissed right now. Oh, I don't have the game up on the screen. Ah. My bird is in very grumpy mode. Grumpy baby. I don't need that. Let me see. No, what even is this? Hello, I did not have time to set things up because my bird screamed and is still screaming and it made my head hurt, and then I realized it was like 10 minutes to 6. Oopsies! But yes, today we are playing. Let me get back to the main screen, huh? Oh, that was not the main screen. That was the opposite of the main screen. That was make everything go bye-bye. Everything go bye-bye mode. Oh wow, the bird wants water. There we go! Here's the starting screen. It's like it was here all along, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So yes, today we shall be playing AMELIE with, AMELIE? Amelia? Yeah, AMELIE, I guess. It is a Yuri visual novel that is also a little spooky from what I can tell. So yeah. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's, oh my, I'm sorry for Jasper. Let's just get started and see where this takes us, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's how it goes. Ooh, I'm like extra wiggly today. Boom. Ooh. Where lies your future? Well, it looks like my only option to start is AMELIE. Oh my goodness, Jasper. Let me turn there you go. Let me know. Oh, shush. Let me know how the audio is, if anything sounds weird. I apologize for the bird. Hello! And I apologize for all of the sudden notifications. Goodness gracious. Okay. A little scuff. Let's get into it. The rain never seems to cease at this time of the year. It pours from the sky in its unending grief, as if longing for something unseen. Thunder roared in the distance, enough so to make the young woman flinch, but not enough to make her waver. The pendulum clock on the wall swung back and forth, ticking down the time. Oh, she's cute. Oh, this art is adorable. She seems to be late. Perhaps she is not coming after all, AMELIE. There is no need to make such a sullen face. Mayhaps this is for the best. She wrote that she would be here, so I shall wait. The young lady named AMELIE sat upright on the lounge that rested by the entryway. Her back was straight and her head was level. I like the little bow. She's got a little hair bow. Ririka has really cute hair too. I might be biased. Do you truly believe it's safe to have visitors during the outbreak? Oh yeah, this has like pandemic mentions. as a heads up. And it's got some other spooky stuff, too. Didika, I believe we have been isolated long enough, and Sophia has written that it is safe. I trust her word. She would not endanger us. And if your pen pal turns out to be a robber in disguise, what then? Amelie smiled. She has a way with words that only a woman could have. A lady robber, then. Nonsense. By the way, Lilika, have you seen my letters? Can't say that I have. Ooh, that was loud. A knock sounded at the door, instantly halting their conversation. Amelie rose from her place and took a steady step forward before Lilika raised a hand to her. Allow me. The door groaned as it slowly swung open and revealed the young woman who knocked at the door. She was drenched from head to toe. Amelie stood stock still, unsure of what to say, but that only lasted a moment before the woman at her door bounded forward and wrapped her arms around her. Amelie! Oh, Sophia's cute too. They're all cute. Her outfit is a lot more modern than the others. I wonder if that's on purpose. Sophia. She blinked before finally allowing her arms to wrap around Sophia's back. My, you're completely drenched. Did you forget your umbrella, perchance? Or perhaps her umbrella got carried away by the wind. Lilika pushed the door shut, sealing the building. Huh? I didn't even think to bring an umbrella. The forecast said sunny all day. My fault for believing it, I guess. I can't believe you're truly here. Me either. About time, right? You're just as pretty as I knew you'd be. And you too. But what are you wearing? Seeing your house, I feel like I should have dressed up a little more. No, perhaps it is I that overdressed. Lilika stood to the side, her arms crossed lightly over her chest. Her long hair reached down nearly to the wooden floor. Yeah. Big hair. Pardon my manners. My dear friend Lilika is here too. I believe I wrote about her in the past. I remember. I've kept all of your letters safe. Don't worry. As you should. Ma'am. Sorry, but is there any chance you have a towel? Of course. My apologies. I would usually have someone here to attend to us, but everyone's been sent home. Only the three of us remain. Let me fetch you a towel. Towel's important. Amelie knew not to run, yet a part of her felt the need to almost skip in joy. She wanted desperately to be back by Sophia's side, chatting about everything they missed in their letters. The two had been pen pals for as long as she remembered. Sophia's letter had first been delivered to the manor by mistake, but for some reason, Amelie had felt compelled to reply. Since then, the two had been best of friends, even having not met face to face. To finally meet now in the flesh had certainly been of great excitement to Amelie. I like this music. She quickly retrieved the towel and made her way back to Sophia's side. Lilika stood a distance away from her, still looking vaguely unhappy. Someone's jealous. God, I can see my reflection in my phone right now, and it's unsettling me. Please stop. Sophia spun around, a look of surprise on her face when she saw Amelie. Sophia? Oh, Amelie. Please, use this. Thanks. I'll bring an umbrella next time, I promise. Sophia lightly toweled at her hair and clothing, drying off from the rain she found herself caught in. Then, if you're dried off now, would you care for a tour of the house before afternoon tea? Afternoon tea. Pog. That sounds great. On your right is the pantry, and down that hall is the boiler room, but you shouldn't have any need of those spaces. The two walked side by side, with Lilica trailing slightly behind. These are all guest bedrooms. I've prepared this one for your use. If you find anything not to your standards, you can let myself or Lilica know. Amelie, I have a feeling your standards are much higher than mine. I've never even been in a house that looks like this. No? Is your home not similar? Well, it's a lot smaller. There is no shame in that. You own your own property, yes? Yeah, I recently bought it. Good for you, Sophia. Wish that were me. With your husband? What? No, of course not. I'm not married. Your father allowed you to buy property on your own? Amelie, you speak just like how you write. I'm so surprised. And you speak quite casually. People usually say that stuff about me. Being here, around you, makes me want to be more formal. What need is there of formality between friends? That's true, too. This is the morning room, and next door, the dining room. We'll be having afternoon tea in the sitting room here. How many rooms you got? That is so many rooms. I want that many rooms. Can I have a sitting room and a dining room and a morning room? I think that would be very cool. So many rooms. Upstairs is my bedroom and the master bedroom. I must ask that you don't enter the master bedroom, as it belongs to my parents who are currently away. Of course, I wouldn't go poking around anyways. All this walking has made me parched. Shall we take afternoon tea now? Sure, that sounds good. I gotta adjust my phone there. Boom. Why don't you have a seat while Lilica and I prepare our food? Oh, I can come help. Nonsense, you are my guest. It would be remiss of me to allow you to lift a finger. If you insist, but I'm happy to help anytime. Thank you. I will be back soon. Please, rest. Amelie. Yes? It's nothing. Take your time. Sophia slipped through a doorway and disappeared. Amelie smiled gently, feeling giddy from the bottom of her stomach. Isn't this lovely, Lilica? To have a new face in the house. It feels like forever. Yes, how lovely. I'm glad you're having fun at the very least. Are you not? Dude, your friend's jealous. She's got a crush on you, dude. I'm always having fun when we're together, Amelie. Ah, I see. Are you jealous? Worry not, my dear friend. Of course our friendship means just as much to me. I value you greatly. Just as much? Indeed. Come along, Lilica. Let us prepare tea. Did you finish the baking yesterday? The pastries are ready for serving. Excellent. I'll fetch the tea then. Allow me. A lady of your standing shouldn't be doing such a menial task, should she? Don't be absurd. Even Sophia herself seems to be fine in the kitchen. Did you hear how she jumped to help? I should follow in her footsteps. What would your parents think of that? I appreciate the sentiment, but they took with them all of the staff. I have little choice but to prepare my own tea. Winnie, can you talk? No, absolutely not. I see. Then, shall I attend to our guest? I wouldn't want her to become lonely. Would you? I'll only be a few moments. course, anything for you, Amelie. It will be a good chance for you to become friends, too. I'm sure it will be. Okay. Lilica left the kitchen with slow, deliberate steps. Amelie turned back to the kitchen. I wonder which she would prefer. Ooh, oolong or green tea? Ooh. Well, I feel like green tea is probably a little too light when it comes to, like, you know, you're meeting your friend for the first time and, like, it's like storming out and you're gonna drink some, like, baby green tea? Oh. Oolong is also far more refined. Father imported this for Mother, but I'm sure she won't mind if I borrowed a little. You better not put that back. Don't put the used leaves back. There. Sorry, I think our neighbors were opening the outside door. Amelie retrieved her finest teapot and 3 matching cups. Pink flowers blossomed over the white surface. Something about it reminded her of Sophia. I'm back. Why does she look so sad? Oh. Sophia? Oh, Amelie. I'm sorry, you scared me. Got hiccups. I really like the backgrounds. They almost look like the, like, Dream AI artwork. Like, they're very eerie. But they look they're a little more grounded in reality than, like, the Dream AI stuff usually is. Is everything all right? Yes, I think I'm just a little tired. Oh, good. I'm sorry for the delay, but I've prepared the tea and the pastries. So, this is what a high tea looks like. Here, one sec. There we go. High tea will come later. This is just simple afternoon tea. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wait. High tea and afternoon tea. That's so many teas. What's the difference? Will Lilica be joining us? I believe so. Was she here a moment ago? No? No, she wasn't here. How strange. She told me she was coming to sit with you. Perhaps she's gotten herself busy with something else. Should we wait? There's no need. It would be sad to let the tea go cold. Amelie poured tea into the 2 cups slowly, copying the movements she'd seen Lilica do time and time again. Did you have much trouble getting here? She got rained on. A little. My ride broke down, so I had to walk for a bit. Broke down? Oh, I'm extremely sorry. If the staff had been here, I would have sent someone to collect you. It's okay. This is just a little rain. I just wouldn't want you catching a fever. My medicine store has been running low of late. You have a medicine store? Ma'am. No worries. I usually carry ibuprofen with me. Ibuprofen? I haven't heard of it. Anyway, I'm glad you arrived here safely. I'll draw a bath for you later to make sure you're warmed up properly. Thank you. Amelie sipped at her tea before looking down at it with a confused expression. A little stale. I'll ask my father to procure a new batch when he arrives home. Where are your parents, by the way? Well, we were separated due to the plague. They took the staff to wait until a cure is found, and left me here with Lilica as to not catch the disease. Right, I understand. I spent a lot of time separated from my family due to the pandemic, too. It warms my heart to find another thing in common with you, Sophia. I was surprised to hear that it's safe enough for you to visit. Perhaps that means my parents will be back soon, too. I think so. The world seems to be opening back up again. So, what do you do, locked up in this big house all the time? Well, I usually spend my time sewing or playing music. I used to write, but... Well, my parents wondered if it was feminine enough. Oh boy. She looks pissed. I don't really think that matters. If you enjoy it, then I say you should do it. Sophia, then what about you? Well, I'm studying art at university right now, so I guess that's what I spend most of my time on. You attend university? Yeah. Although, I'm thinking of dropping out. Sophia, you truly are filled with surprises. You own your own land and you attend school. How jealous I am. Yeah, you're... Oh, AMELIE is precious. Why don't you do the same? Oh no, I'm not allowed. Of course you are. Anyone can attend within reason. But, well, wouldn't it get in the way of my marriage? You're engaged? AMELIE shook her head. No, not yet. But I'm already 19. I'm sure my father has prepared my dowry. An arranged marriage? Yes, naturally. I don't think I'll ever get married. Really? Doesn't your family object? I don't think they really mind as long as I'm happy. You don't have to either, you know. You've given me much to think about. Much indeed. Now I wonder where Lilica has disappeared to. Well, it's no matter. The evening is already coming, and soon it will be dark. Shall I draw you a bath? That sounds wonderful. To be honest, I'm not hungry, so can we skip dinner tonight? Of course, if that's what you wish. Let me show you to the bathroom. It's gonna be this giant-ass bathroom. You may not believe it, but my father had taps installed. Isn't that wonderful? Like, taps for a bath? That's right. We used to have our maids fill the bath, but now there's no need. Oh boy. Sophia's just like, oh god. AMELIE, you're so strange. I have taps at my house too. Truly? You must live quite the lavish lifestyle yourself. I don't know about that. This is the bathroom. Allow me to draw the bath for you. One moment. With haste, AMELIE entered the room and began to fill the copper bath. It sat in the middle of a spacious bathroom. It was something AMELIE was particularly proud of. She smiled as it filled before rejoining her companion. Feel free to go inside and make yourself comfortable. I will return with a towel in a moment. Thanks, AMELIE. She disappeared inside the room, leaving AMELIE alone in the hall. I should light the sconces, too. Where did I put those matches? Right here. Ah! You gave me a fright, Lilica. Where have you been? Preparing the guest room for your dear friend, of course. How kind. Sophia is just preparing for a bath at the present. I'm going to retrieve a towel for her from the linen closet. Amelie, I think it best you send her home post-haste. What? Why would I do that? For all you know, she brings with her the plague. Sophia says it is now safe to travel. She believes father and mother will be returning soon. I believe it is perfectly safe. And what if she lies? She wouldn't do that. Sophia is a kind and good-natured person. She would not bring any danger to us. Did you know that Sophia attends a local university? And she lives by herself with no husband. She says that if I wanted, I could also study. The lady of the house should not study, Amelie. You must stay inside the house and await your parents. But I'm sure Mother would want what's best for me. Perhaps, while I await her, I could go to inspect Sophia's school? Amelie, you must stay inside and await your parents' return. But don't you trust me? Have I ever tried to lead you astray? No, Lilica. I was just thinking that perhaps it truly is beginning to be safe. Look, I have brought today's newspaper. Do you see the title? The plague runs... Oh, this is Amelie, oops. The plague runs rampant. Put any notion of leaving or studying away for now, yes? As soon as it is truly safe to do so, then we shall, and you will be reunited with your family. Well, I'm kind of doing the weird blinkies. Here, let me fix that quick. Sorry, that bugs me. It bugs me when I do the weird blinkies, you know? That thing. Oops. Where is that? But why? Why is that happening? Is it that? Yeah, let's try that and see what happens. Yes, I can double tap to show the screen. Okay, that's a bit better, I think. For now, it is just you and me. Thanks, Lilica. I'm glad you're here. As am I. Oh, the towel. Let me go retrieve it. Go ahead. The linen cupboard was filled with various towels and bedding, all clean and properly folded thanks to Lilica. Which would suit her? Ooh, a pink towel or a blue towel? Ooh. Well, she's already kind of wearing pink. But sometimes there's too much pink, you know? So maybe... let's go with blue. This blue is almost the same color as her hair. With her chosen towel in hand, Amelie returned to the bathroom door, where Lilica awaited her. She first knocked at the door, and when there was no reply, she opened it carefully. The sound of the tap running still came from inside. Excuse me, I'm coming in. Sophia? I knocked, but I didn't hear a reply. I brought you a towel. Oh! Amelie first saw a slender, marble-like back. Then she noticed the blue hair that fell on those bare shoulders, one side tucked carefully behind an ear. Ooh. Sophia! Please forgive me. I didn't realize you had already entered the bath. No, it's okay. I'm sorry. You just surprised me. I'll leave the towel over here. Thanks. Did she see Booba? Ooh, did Lilica notice? Oh, shit. Did you tell her that she must depart? No, Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Your face is bright red. Sophia will stay until she decides to leave. As you wish. I'm sorry, Lilica, but... The image of that small and beautiful back filled up Amelie's mind. Oh, you know, can you blame this young lass? Can you blame this young lass for meeting her pen pal for the first time in her life? And it sounds like she's lived a very sheltered life as well. And then you maybe realize that a husband might not be what you want. The image of that small and beautiful back filled up Amelie's mind. I believe it is only fair after she traveled so far. And she is my friend. I will finish preparing the guest room. Let me come help. Sophia, when you're done in there, you can come to your room. From the other side of the door, Sophia's voice came in return. Okay, thanks, Amelie. Itch. My foot itches. The guest bedroom was freshly cleaned with new linen on the bed and a lit lantern beside it. You did a fine job of preparing the room so far. Thank you, Lilica. Anything for you. I was thinking, tomorrow, if the rain is cleared up, we could open the greenhouse again and have morning tea there. It's been so long since we last used it. Didn't we already speak of this? You cannot leave the house. But surely the greenhouse would be safe. No one else uses it, and it is only a few steps from the back door. It is unsafe. You know this. What's gotten into you? Is it because of your friend? I just thought it would be nice to at least sit in the sun. Then you may sit by the window in the dining hall. Damn! Is it really so unsafe that even taking a foot outdoors would be dangerous? Yes. Oh, Sophia! I see you're done with the bath. Amelie shook her head, trying to remove the image that was still plastered in it. Were you talking about the greenhouse? Oh my god, the bird. I see two birds. Oh my god, I can see the birds. I see the Papa Sparrow. He's got something in his mouth. And the Mama Sparrow just went up into the nest. Okay. Were you talking about the greenhouse? Yes. Did you see it when you arrived? I did, but it looked as if the plants inside had died. Oh, that's impossible. It's barely been any time at all since the gardeners left. I'm sure the plants inside are more sturdy than that. Well, even if they have died, maybe we could go in and replant some things tomorrow. How wonderful! Have you not heard a word that I said? It is unsafe to do so. Oh, don't be such a spoil sport. I think it would be perfectly fine. Well, it's getting late now, so I'll leave you to retire. If you need anything, my room is just upstairs to the left. Good night, Sophia. Lilica left first. The door, which was still hanging slightly open, shifted as she went. Amelie, would you stay for a while? Is something the matter? Just a little homesick. Sophia sunk into the bed, sighing as her head hit the pillow. Of course, why don't we chat for a while? Then come join me. Sophia gently pat the spot beside her in the bed. In the bed? Oh. Okay. The bed was still rather firm, unused by many guests. Amelie took a deep breath to calm her racing heart before she finally looked towards Sophia. Thanks for staying with me for a while. It is nothing to worry about. Truly, I wanted to spend more time with you too. Really? You don't find me boring? You are the most interesting person I've ever met. Those birds keep going back. Don't be silly. I am being completely honest. You truly are so unique. I think the same about you. I've never met anyone like you. Really. You wrote so much about yourself. And yet, seeing you in person, I fear there is still so much I don't know. There's plenty of time for us to tell each other everything. Then, tell me something about yourself. Something you've never told anyone. I'm partially blind in my right eye. Really? How well can you see? It's okay, just a little blurry, really. You tell me something. Well, when I was 12, I stole the cookie jar from the kitchen and blamed it on my brother. He was scolded for hours. What a mischievous child. I'm sure your brother wasn't all too pleased. Actually, it was his idea. He knew I wanted it and told me to tell my parents it was him if I was asked. What a good brother. Where is he now? Did he go away with your parents? Amelie shook her head. He died when he was 16. Oh, I'm sorry, Amelie. What happened? Scarlet fever. So, my family was left with only me as an heir. And what worth is a female heir? Uh-oh. Got this traditional family over here. You're worth plenty. More than plenty. Thank you, Sophia, but some days I am unsure. It's your turn again. Truthfully, I said before I didn't want to get married, but that's not exactly right. I do. Oh? I just don't want a husband. Oh, you're blowing this girl's mind right now. Then... I'm sorry. Does it make you uncomfortable? No. I have also thought that I don't want a husband. Whenever my father has brought it up, I've felt sick to my stomach. Ma'am! Hi, Jasper. She's back. How about coming away with me for a while? You know that is not going to go over with Lilica. Away? Outside of the house? What about the sickness? It's okay now. You'll be okay. You could come stay at my house. I could show you around the school. You don't have to go through an arranged marriage if you don't want to. You would do that for me? You are my dearest friend, and I actually... Lilica? At some point, the two women had gotten close enough together that they could feel each other's breath on their lips. The two parted with reddened cheeks, Amelie quickly brushing her skirt off and standing up. I should be going to bed. Please, rest well. We can talk more about it in the morning, right? Right. Good night, Amelie. I'll see you tomorrow. That was gonna be a confession. Lilica? It is late. You should retire to your bedroom. Yes, I shall. It's nice having someone around, isn't it? I feel as if the manor is coming back to life. I hope we see Mother and Father soon. I'm sure we will. Shall I see you to bed? Yes, please. The hallway was darkened, with only a few sconces and candles lit along the way. Usually that would fill Amelie with a sense of comfort, but right now, the flickering flames seemed to make her feel distressed. Whether that was because of the way her mind was racing, or the way her heart was beating, she didn't know. Ooh. As she rose up the grand staircase, her eyes lingered on the large stained glass window. The moon shone through the colored glass, leaving behind a rainbow of colors over the steps. It caught her attention for only a moment before she retreated to her bedroom. Lilica, may I ask you a question? Certainly. Have you ever heard of a woman loving another woman as a woman would love a man? Where did you hear about such a thing? Lilica, come on. Come on. Girls can love girls. Boys can love boys. Everyone can love everyone. It's fine. Nowhere in particular. It was just a thought that came into my mind. I think you are overtired because of all the excitement, Amelie. I think it best you get some rest. Yes, all right. Good night, Lilica. Good night, Amelie. Good morning, Lilica. I was just on my way to see if Sophia had awakened yet. Amelie. Huh? Sophia disappeared during the night. I believe she went to the same place your parents went. Bruh. Lilica, how many people have you murdered? It's okay, you can tell me. I'll keep it a secret. It's okay. Just how many? How many? Please? Yeah? What? That cannot be right. Don't run, Amelie. Amelie dashed down the hall and quickly knocked on the door to the guest bedroom, which fell open with no resistance. Inside, the bedding was disheveled, and her luggage was strewn about. This isn't, it's not true. She wouldn't just leave without saying goodbye? Dearie me, I'm sorry. I told you it was a bad idea for anyone to visit, didn't I? Oh, Lilica, this isn't fair. I thought she said we would... There, come here. Lilica wrapped her thin arms around the young woman, gently patting her on the back. See, you shouldn't depend on anyone else. I'm here. I won't ever leave you. Amelie clutched at her back, tears already falling from her eyes. we'll be together forever. Side Amelie, 1 out of 1. Together forever. Okay. So this has a couple like different chapters, I guess. I'm a little concerned that Lilica might have murdered some friends, some parents, and some staff members. But let us continue. Ooh, we can like look around a little on here. Oh. Begin? Ah, there we go. Okay. Time for Sophia. The rain never seems to cease at this time of year. It pours from the sky in its unending grief, as if longing for something unseen. Hiccups. Thunder roared in the distance, enough so to make the young woman flinch, but not enough to make her waver. The taxi gently rocked as the road turned to rubble, and the rubble turned to overgrown dirt track. Sorry, I get hiccups whenever I drink any water, and then I start talking immediately after. Outside of the window, Sophia could barely see a few feet away through the raging storm. It made her feel uneasy. In her lap, a letter. She read the words again, despite knowing them off by heart. Dear Sophia, how glad I am to hear that you are well. I am healthy, although I believe I may have a problem of the heart. It has gotten quite lonely waiting here for my parents to return. I am thankful to have Lilica residing with me, but I still await the day where my family will be reunited. But you say that it is safe enough for you to visit? Truly? I have never even dared to dream of being able to see you in the flesh. If it is true, then I will await you at the address written on the back of this letter. Yours, Amelie. You sure you have the address right? We're in the middle of nowhere. Sophia stared at the fragile, handwritten address that Amelie had left her, had trusted to her. Yes, this is the right way. I'm sure of it. Her heart wouldn't settle. Meeting what could be a stranger in the middle of nowhere on a day like this. Who wouldn't be nervous? Yet, there was something else. Eagerness. A thrill. Something beyond mere nerves that turned into excitement. She could barely imagine the hand that had penned the letters she had been receiving for years on end, let alone a face. But for some reason, her heart still beat hard when reading the words that the mysterious young lady of 19, from a manor far out in the middle of nowhere, wrote to her. Desperate to calm her jitters, she pulled out her phone, looking to send her worried family one last message of reassurance, only to find that it wouldn't switch on. Got the setup of a horror movie. No phone, in the middle of nowhere. Your ride breaks down and you gotta walk. I'm sure it was fully charged. The rain was falling even more heavily now. In the distance, a building sprang into view. It was surrounded by a tall, metal fence with an ornate gate shut firmly at the front. Just then, the taxi sputtered and rolled to a stop, smoke rising from the hood. What the? I just had this serviced a week ago. Is something wrong? Sorry, miss. Looks like we're out of action. It's okay. I think we're nearly there anyway. Pulling the cash from her wallet, she handed over her fare and stepped out of the car. You're just gonna leave the poor taxi driver? His car broke down in the middle of nowhere, and you're just gonna pay him and walk away? Alright. The rain bucketed down from above, soaking her to the very core. She shivered as she dashed towards the iron gate. Surprisingly, It pushed open with little effort and not even a creak. Sophia stopped in front of the large wooden door, finally free from the seemingly never-ending downpour. From afar, that door had seemed inviting enough, but now it looked awfully large and imposing. And yet, she raised her fist and knocked anyway. Silence followed. Is this not the right place after all? The door swung open, this time with a low, menacing groan. On the other side of the doorway was a fair girl with long brown hair and golden eyes. Sophia, forgetting the fact that she was soaking wet, rushed forward and embraced the girl. Amelie! Sophia! Amelie's gentle arms wrapped around Sophia's back in return, and finally, all of Sophia's worries melted away. My, you're completely drenched. Did you forget your umbrella, perchance? Or perhaps your umbrella got carried away by the wind? Behind Sophia, the front door swung shut without any assistance. Huh? I didn't even think to bring an umbrella. The forecast said sunny all day. My fault for believing it, I guess. I can't believe you're truly here. Me either. About time, right? You're just as pretty as I knew you'd be. And you too, but what are you wearing? Seeing your house, I feel like I should have dressed up a little more. No, perhaps it is I that is overdressed. Okay, so it seems like we're repeating. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Sophia smiled. Somehow, her dress sense seemed to fit her writing style perfectly. Old-fashioned, and yet very neat and respectable. Sophia felt a slight heat rising to her cheeks. She really was so refined and elegant. Pardon my manners. My dear friend Lilica is here too. I believe I wrote about her in the past. I remember. I've kept all your letters safe, don't worry. As you should. Oh, Bird's thirsty. Here you go. If you're thirsty, drink water. All right, Bird's done. Sorry, but is there any chance you have a towel? Oh, of course. My apologies. I would usually have someone here to attend to us, but everyone's been sent home. Only the three of us remain. Let me fetch you a towel. Amelie withdrew from the hug. She was a little taller than Sophia, despite being the same age. Sophia peered up at her from below before she disappeared down a hallway and into another room. This really is a manor. When she told me about her house, I almost didn't believe it. A layer of dust rested against a tabletop, along with a few other items. On the settee, a newspaper sat open. I'm gonna look at the newspaper. The settee was a deep emerald green. It looked almost unused, despite its apparent age. On it rested a newspaper, open in a few pages. Sophia turned her head to read the headline, but from afar could only read the word plague. She reached across to pick up the newspaper. Behind Sophia, the window began to shake in the wind as her fingertips grazed the surface. It's so windy. She spun around just in time to see the front door fly open and the howling wind filled the entryway. She scrambled to the door and, with great effort, shut it again. Phew! Amelie? When Sophia spun back around, the newspaper and the items on the table were all gone. Sophia? Oh, Amelie. Please, use this. Thanks. I'll bring an umbrella next time, I promise. Sophia took the towel in her hand. It was soft, but somewhat old. She lightly dried her hair and clothes, but still found herself cold. Then, if you're now dried off, would you care for a tour of the house before afternoon tea? That sounds great. On your right is the pantry, and down from that hall is the boiler room, but you shouldn't have any need for those spaces. The two walked side by side, alone in such a big manor. These are all guest bedrooms. I have prepared this one for you, for your use. If you find anything not to your standards, you can let myself or Lilica know. Have we seen Lilica yet this round? AMELIE, I have a feeling your standards are much higher than mine. I've never even been in a house that looks like this. No? Is your home not similar? Well, it's a lot smaller. There is no shame in that. You own your own property, yes? Yeah, I recently bought it. With your husband? What? No, of course not. I'm not married. Your father allowed you to buy property on your own? AMELIE, you speak just like how you write. I'm so surprised. And you speak quite casually. People usually say that about me. Being here around you makes me want to be more formal. What need is there of formality between friends? That's true too. This is the morning room, and next door, the dining room. We'll be having afternoon tea in the sitting room here. So many rooms. Upstairs is my bedroom and the master bedroom. I must ask that you don't enter the master bedroom, as it belongs to my parents, who are currently away. From the landing below, Sophia could see the door to the master bedroom. For some reason, her eyes were glued to it. Come inside. I like this song. It's a little creepy. Sorry, I'm opening my Gatorade. Ooh. Come open the door. We're waiting for you. Are the parents like dead in the bedroom? Of course, I won't go poking around anywhere. Sophia shook her head, and time seemed to resume around her. All this walking has made me parched. Shall we take afternoon tea now? Sure, that sounds good. Why don't you have a seat while Lilica and I prepare our food? Oh, I can come help. Ah, look at this! Look at this! Nonsense, you are my guest. It would be remiss of me to allow you to lift a finger. Jasper, what are you doing on there? Hey. Can defy my fate. Sorry, my bird. If you insist, but I'm happy to help anytime. Thank you. I will be back soon. Please, rest. AMELIE? Yes? It's nothing. Take your time. Actually, is it okay if I ask you something? Of course it is. Oh my god, my mic was still muted. Hello, 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 hello. Ah, sorry, my bird was screaming. And sometimes my mic doesn't unmute properly. Is something the matter? No, it's fine. I'll wait for you inside. I don't know if Lilica is a real person or if she's alive. We'll find out. The room was spacious and dead silent apart from Sophia's footsteps as she walked as she crossed the wooden floor. Bah. Each step was deliberate and slow as her eyes searched through the room. Nothing in particular stood out. Large windows showed a glimpse of the outside world through thick curtains. Rain was still coming down hard, obscuring her view. One sec. There. The windows shook every now and then, but the wind had seemed to die down a little. That's dying down. Behind her, a chair at the dining table had been pulled out, as if it were waiting for her to sit down. Amelie? Was that you? Amelie? Her hand rested against her chest, begging her heart to calm. Or Lilica? Whether a hollow laugh sounded through the room or not, she wasn't sure. She quietly sat down in the seat that was left for her. The table was already set, but once again, she noticed a thin layer of dust on the surface. Through the silence, Sophia could hear it again. Footsteps. But this time, from directly above. The master bedroom? Oh. In front of her very eyes, Sophia watched the scene unfold. A woman, not older than 40, removed her shoes and stepped onto the table. Yet nothing was disturbed. Here, just... Oops. I'm just gonna... No. I'm just gonna put up a quick thing, just to be safe. Hey, this game has sensitive... How do I word this? Dark and sensitive content. There we go. You know, just so people are aware. She reached up and took hold of the noose. The rope wrapped around her neck, like the finest pearl necklace. Join me. The woman's eyes locked onto Sophia's. Her hand was outstretched, waiting to be taken. A rusty smell filled her nose, accented with the faint smell of perfume. Sophia shivered in response, her breath frosty on her lips. She reached for the hand, slowly. I'm back. Oh! Sophia? Oh, Amelie. I'm sorry, you scared me. Is everything all right? Sophia stared at the spot the woman was only a moment before. Both she and the noose had disappeared. Amelie, Something is the matter, isn't it? Did something happen in this room? Happen? What exactly do you mean? Did Did a woman with brown hair, tied into a bun, and a dark green dress ever live here? Well, it sounds to me like you're describing my mother. Uh-oh. Your mother? Yes, she's just as you described. But you couldn't have seen her. She's still away. Did I spell visual novel? Oh, hello, yes, visual novel. Hello. Hello. We are, in fact, playing. Okay, I was like, oh god, did I spell it wrong in my title? Because I would not put that past me. Yes, we are, in fact, playing a visual novel. It was one that was made for a Yuri game jam, so it's got a lot of girls and girls and girls. It is also horror themed, and Sophia, the girl on the right in like the pajamas, just had a vision of someone on the table hanging themselves, and apparently it's the other girl's mom. But the other girl's mom is, quote-unquote, away. And there's also another girl in the mix, but I don't know if she's real because Sophia can't see her. So yeah. We'll see how things continue. The first, like, chapter of it ended in the cute purple, yellow, pink girl, mysteriously vanishing. Right. Yeah, it's really comfy. Let me pour us tea before it gets cold. Will Lilica be joining us? I believe so. Was she here a moment ago? No, she wasn't here. How strange. She told me she was coming to sit with you. Perhaps she's gotten herself busy with something else. Should we wait? There's no need. It would be sad to let the tea go cold. So yeah, this is kind of like, the first chapter was through AMELIE's point of view on the left, and this one is through Sophia's. Sophia watched as the tea filled out 2 of 3 cups. The third cup sat empty. And yeah, in the first chapter, when AMELIE was in the kitchen, she was talking to this Lilica girl. For some reason, the very sight filled her with dread. She picked up the cup and brought it to her lips. It was oolong tea. Hey, that's what I picked. That was a choice earlier, and that's what I picked. The taste was bitter and musty. Oops. With her heart on edge, she placed the cup back down on the saucer, smiling towards AMELIE. Did you have much trouble getting here? A little. My ride broke down, so I had to walk for a bit. Broke down? I'm extremely sorry. If the staff had been here, I would have sent someone to collect you. Also, this entire place is covered in like a thin layer of dust. And both her parents and all of the, excuse me, all of the staff have gone away, quote unquote. Yeah. So, I don't know who is and isn't alive here. It's okay. It's just a little rain. I just wouldn't want you catching a fever. My medicine store has been running low of late. No worries. I usually carry ibuprofen with me. Ibuprofen? I haven't heard of it. Anyway, I'm glad you arrived here safely. Oh, more hiccups. I'll draw a bath for you later to make sure you are warmed up properly. Yeah, she got caught in the rain. Thank Thank you. Amelie sipped at her tea before looking down at it with a confused expression. They sure did just say, oh yeah, no, that's ibuprofen. I have a feeling that was on purpose because it seems poignant to me that Amelie does not know what ibuprofen is, and apparently she had a brother who died at 16 of scarlet fever. So I'm kind of questioning what time period Amelie is from. Also, Sophia's phone mysteriously died on the way here. A little stale. I'll ask my father to procure a new batch when he arrives home. Where are your parents, by the way? Well, we were separated due to the plague. They took the staff to wait until a cure is found and left me here with Lilica as to not catch the disease. Right, I understand. I spent a lot of time separated from my family due to the pandemic, too. Wait, is Amelie from the Spanish flu? It warms my heart to find another thing in common with you, Sophia. I was surprised to hear that it's safe enough for you to visit. Perhaps that means my parents will be back soon, too. I think so. The world seems to be opening up again. So, what do you do locked up in this big house all the time? Well, I usually spend my time sewing or playing music. I used to write, but... Well, my parents wondered if it was feminine enough. I don't really think that matters. If you enjoy it, then I say you should do it. Sophia... Then what about you? Well, I'm studying art at university right now, so I guess that's what I'm spending most of my time on. Excuse me. You attend university? Yeah, although I'm thinking about dropping out. Sophia, you truly are filled with surprises. You own your own land and you attend school. How jealous I am. Why don't you do the same? Oh no, I'm not allowed. Of course you are. Anyone can attend within reason. But, well, wouldn't it get in the way of my marriage? You're engaged? Amelie shook her head. No, not yet, but I'm already 19. I'm sure my father has prepared my dowry. An arranged marriage? Yes, naturally. I don't think I'll ever get married. Really? Doesn't your family object? I know, right? The first time around, I was like, oh, that's funny. Haha, she's like talking all these like old terms. Now I'm a little more suspicious of why she's talking about a dowry and arranged marriages. I just thought they were part of like a fancy rich family. I don't think they really mind as long as I'm happy. You don't have to either, you know. Also, the fact that Amelie's mind is like fucking blown at the idea of not having to get married to whoever her parents chose. I know, right? The idea of a dowry is just like, what? Ha. Ha. I cannot fathom something like that. You've given me much to think about. Much indeed. Now, I wonder where Lilica has disappeared to. Well, it's no matter. The evening is already coming, and soon it will be dark. Shall I draw you a bath? That sounds wonderful. To be honest, I'm not hungry, so can we skip dinner tonight? Of course, if that's what you wish. Let me show you to the bathroom. Before she left the room, Sophia took one last look back at where the noose once hung. Oh yeah, this is gonna be another maybe hint. You may not believe it, but my father had taps installed. Isn't that wonderful? Like, taps for a bath? That's right! We used to have our maids fill the bath, but now there's no need. Amelie, you're so strange! I have taps at my house too. Truly? You must live quite the lavish lifestyle yourself. I don't know about that. This is the bathroom. Allow me to dry the bath for you. One moment. That must be why Sophia's clothes are at such... like, they're so different from Amelie and Lilica's. I'm sure we'll see Lilica's in another chapter again. Alone in the hallway, Sophia peered back up at the grand staircase, past the large stained glass window, and at that dark door, shut tight. Oh yeah, she was told not to go into the master bedroom, but the master bedroom was like, you should open the door, come, look inside. A moment later, Amelie popped back out of the bathroom. Feel free to go inside and make yourself comfortable. I will return with a towel in a moment. Thanks, Amelie. Bath time. Water spewed from the rusted pipes into the steel-lined wooden bathtub. Everything else was silent. Sophia took careful steps forward and peered into the bath. All seemed normal. With a sigh, she finally let her shoulders relax. Yet, in her mind, all she could see was that woman with her outstretched hand reaching towards her. She clutched her hand to her chest. It still shook. Sophia stumbled forward until her hands rested on either side of the washroom basin. Her fingers held on tight until her knuckles were bone white. It's okay, Sophia. You're just tired. Her eyes traveled up to the mirror. It was embellished with a golden frame. She stared at her reflection. She was still herself. It was all a figment of her imagination. That's when she saw it. In the mirror, standing behind her, was a young woman with long blonde hair that nearly reached down to the floor and deep blood-red eyes. That's Lilica. She didn't try to speak, nor make any movement. She just stared with her big, dark eyes. Who? Sophia wanted to spin around to confront the girl, but her whole body was frozen stiff. The young woman finally started to move. One step at a time, maintaining eye contact through the mirror, she crept closer. Closer and closer, until Sophia swore she could feel her breath on the back of her neck. Her mouth seemed to be moving, but no words escaped her lips. Who are you? She spun around, but no one was there. The water overflowed from the tub, spilling out over the floor. Sophia rushed forward to turn off the tap and noticed it. The water that came from the tap was red. A dark, deep red. She hurriedly turned the tap for what felt like forever, and finally it stopped. Sophia stared at the dark liquid inside the tub. Without thought, her hand dipped in. When she withdrew it, each finger was dyed red. Something about it captivated Sophia. She undressed one layer at a time, peeling away the still damp clothing and stepping forward and into the bathtub. She sank down, until everything under her shoulders was submerged in the liquid. It felt heavier than water, much heavier. As she stared directly ahead, those blood-red eyes reflected in her mind. Why not just end it here? You're scared, aren't you? Just sink down. Accept your fate. Accept it? She could no longer hear the sound of the door opening as her face sunk down into the liquid, her eyes shut. Sophia? I knocked but didn't hear a reply. I've brought you a towel. Sophia's eyes sprung open. The water was clear, and the tap was still running, causing it to overflow onto the floor once again. Sophia drew her knees to her chest, still facing away from Amelie's voice. Heat rose to her cheeks. Being seen like this by her. Sophia! Please forgive me. I didn't realize you had already entered the bath. No, it's okay. I'm sorry. You just surprised me. I'll leave the towel over here. Thanks. The door shut again. Sophia finally turned back to look at where Amelie once stood. No one was there anymore. Not Amelie, not a woman in a long green dress, or a young lady with blonde hair. She sighed. What's going on? She sank into the water, although this time fully conscious of what she was doing. Not feeling all that much better, she stepped out and took hold of the towel that Amelie had left for her. Water fell from her body as she stared at the cloth. The towel was blue, similar to her hair. That's the color that I picked. The towel was old and full of holes and what seemed to be burn marks. Reluctantly, she wrapped it around her body. From outside the door, Amelie's voice called out to her. Let me come help, Sophia. When you're done in there, you can come to your room. Okay, thanks, Amelie. Who is she helping? Lilica? She shivered. The room had become awfully cold, and the towel did little to bring her warmth. She picked up her discarded clothes and redressed. Her clothes felt foreign and wrong on her. Sophia took a deep breath, then swallowed hard. I'm okay. Are you? Are you really okay? It sounds like you aren't. The hall was already darkened, with no light spilling in from the windows. A few sconces attached to the walls were lit with live flames, but it offered little in the way of calming her. Step, step, step. The floor creaked under her weight. She stopped outside of her bedroom. Inside, she could hear talking. She put her ear to the door. Oh. Amelie, why are you? Oh, she's talking to herself. Didn't we already speak of this? You cannot leave the house. That's what Lilica said. But surely the greenhouse would be safe. No one else uses it, and it's only a few steps from the back door. It is unsafe. You know this. What has gotten into you? Is it because of your friend? I just thought it would be nice to at least sit in the sun. Then you may sit by the window in the dining hall. Is it really so unsafe that even taking a foot outdoors would be dangerous? Yes. Ooh, it's getting spicy. Sophia opened the door and entered the room. Amelie stood by herself, making the bed. Sophia, I see you're done with the bath. Sophia looked away, thinking of what happened in the bathroom. Were you talking about the greenhouse? Yes, did you see it when you arrived? I did, but it looked as if the plants inside had died. Oh, that's impossible. It's been barely any time since the gardeners left. I'm sure the plants inside are more sturdy than that. Well, even if they have died, maybe we could go in and replant some things tomorrow. How wonderful. Have you not heard a word I said? It is unsafe to do so. Oh, don't be such a spoil sport. I think it would be perfectly fine. Well, it's getting late now, so I'll leave you to retire. If you need anything, my room is just upstairs on the left. Good night, Sophia. The door shifted before Amelie could even reach to touch it. Sophia's eyes locked in on the movement. Amelie, would you stay for a while? Is something the matter? Just a little homesick. Sophia sat down on the bed before resting her head on the pillow. It was hard. Of course. Why don't we chat for a while? Then come join me. Sophia gently pet the spot beside her in the bed. In the bed? Oh. Okay. Sophia looked towards Amelie in the low light. Right now, she seemed hauntingly beautiful, as if she were nothing more than a ghost. Thanks for staying with me for a while. It's nothing to worry about. Truly, I wanted to spend more time with you too. Really? You don't find me boring? You are the most interesting person I have ever met. Don't be silly. I am being completely honest. You truly are so unique. I think the same about you. I've never met anyone like you. Really. Her mind flashed back to all she had seen. Really, she truly had never met anyone like Amelie. You wrote so much about yourself, and yet, seeing you in person, I fear that there is still so much I don't know. There's plenty of time for us to tell each other everything. Then, tell me something about yourself. Something you've never told anyone. I'm partially blind in my right eye. Really? How well can you see? It's okay, just a little blurry, really. You tell me something. Tell me something, she thought. Tell me what's going on here. Tell me I'm not insane. Well, when I was 12, I stole the cookie jar from the kitchen and blamed my brother. He was scolded for hours. What a mischievous child. I'm sure your brother wasn't all too pleased. Actually, it was his idea. He knew I wanted it and told me to tell my parents it was him if I was asked. What a good brother. Where is he now? Did he go away with your parents? Amelie shook her head. He died when he was 16. Oh. I'm sorry, Amelie. What happened? Scarlet fever. So my family was left with only me as an heir. And what worth is a female heir? You're worth plenty. More than plenty. Thank you, Sophia, but some days I am unsure. It is your turn again. Truthfully, I said before I didn't want to get married, but that's not exactly right. I do. Oh? I just don't want a husband. Huh? Then... I'm sorry, does it make you uncomfortable? No! I have also thought that I don't want a husband. Whenever my father has brought it up, I've felt sick to my stomach. How about coming away with me for a while? Away? Outside of the house? What about the sickness? Yes, away. Away from this place. It's okay now. You'll be okay. You could come stay at my house. I could show you around my school. You don't have to go through an arranged marriage if you don't want to. Oh. You would do that for me? You are my dearest friend. And I actually... But if no one's there, who was the phone? Lilica? I'm gonna defy my fate. Boom. At some point, the two women had gotten close enough together that they could feel each other's breath on their lips. The two parted with reddened cheeks, Amelie quickly brushing her skirt off and standing up. I just burped into the microphone, I'm so sorry. Or you're welcome. I don't know. I should be going to bed. Please, rest well. We can talk more about it in the morning, right? Right. Good night, Amelie. I'll see you tomorrow. Amelie, wait a moment. Yes? What does Lilica look like? What a funny question. You've seen her plenty of times already. With my eye, I sometimes struggle a little. Right, my apologies. She has long blonde hair done up like this. Amelie pretended to put her hair into two low ponytails. What color are her eyes? Red. And she wears a dress of white and black with a red ribbon the same color as her eyes. Thank you, Amelie. Good night. See you in the morning. Amelie left the room. Meanwhile, Sophia's eyes studied the space. Oh! Well, seeing how wait, I can save. I can save, that's right. This is a visual novel, it has save spots. Well, first I'm gonna accept my fate because I have a feeling that's bad. For some reason, Sophia just couldn't sit still. She tried to lay down to rest, but turned this way and that, uneasy. I'll get some water. The hallway was dark, with most of the sconces having been blown out already. Sophia stepped carefully through the space, conscious of the sound her footsteps created. The kitchen was by the stairwell. Hand-painted portraits were lined up in rows on either side of the hall. She stared up at the grand staircase. Each step was inviting, enticing her to make the ascent. Her large eyes stared once again at the imposing stained glass window, and then to the doors that awaited upstairs. Her hand rested against the kitchen door, fingers dancing over the handle. It stayed there as her mind debated with itself. Waiting. Come here. Come visit us. Her hand dropped to the side as she ascended, past the glass window, and to the next floor. 2 doors awaited her. A chill ran through the air as a scene played out before her. 2 women dragged a man's body up the staircase, leaving a trail of blood on the otherwise pristine carpet. They pushed open one of the doors. The man's head hit the final step, but he made no move to stop them, nor cried out in pain. He was already long dead. The figures disappeared into the room. When Sophia blinked, the door was shut again. She trembled. The master bedroom. From behind that closed door, a voice called out to her, but the words were much too faint to make out. Her hand rested against the handle. Sophia couldn't stop it from shaking. With a careful motion, she pushed the door open. A musty smell came from further inside the room. Sophia, peering into the darkness, quickly took hold of one of the lit candles near the room and stepped inside. A portrait sat above a large canopied bed. The curtains were pulled back, hiding whatever was inside. In the portrait, AMELIE sat beside a woman with a green dress and brown hair, done up in a bun. Standing behind them was a man with an imposing brow and a large beard. That's the fam. A family of mice ran from under the bed and out of the room. Sophia jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding them. Step, step, step. Each step brought her closer to that bed. Each step made her chest feel heavier, tighter. She stood before the bed and reached a trembling hand to the curtains that hid whatever lay inside. A wind blew from somewhere unseen, and her candle extinguished. Behind her, the door shut and the room plunged into near complete darkness. AMELIE? Is that you? I'm sorry I came in here after you asked me not to. I'll just go now, okay? Her body fell forward before she had a moment to react. She tumbled through the curtains and landed on something hard that rested on the bed. What? The curtains flew open and the moon shone in from outside.
Oh! Damn, you sleeping with some skeletons! Damn!
I think we found the parents.
I can't do a scream, I'm sorry. Pretend I'm screaming.
The body she was expecting to find was absent. In its place, 2 skeletons, long decayed. They laid side by side, one smaller and the other larger.
Look, I love the When They Cry series. This is nothing. Like, this is baby horror. Come on. I'd think about reading them on stream if they weren't such monster novels. Because damn, Umineko has some descriptions.
But now, one was either side of her. Her scream pierced through the air, but no one came running. She tried desperately to squirm, to run, but it felt as if something was sitting on her, holding her down. As she struggled, she saw it. 2 dark red eyes hanging above her, watching. "You won't take her away from me." Damn, Lilica. Sophia, 1 out of 2. She's mine. Nice. All right, well, I'm going to guess that the second is maybe defying my fate instead of just accepting my fate and going into the master bedroom where I find some skeletons. So let's defy my fate. Are you here, Lilica? Silence followed. If I stay here, will I live to see tomorrow? More silence. She gulped. I hiccuped, personally. The flame by the side of her bed flickered wildly. Sophia laid back, shutting her eyes, but she felt as if someone was watching her, waiting. Waiting and biding their time. Cold tendrils wrapped around her throat like a snake, cooled like ice and getting tighter and tighter. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't even move. She opened her eyes, but no one was there. Sophia wasted no more time. She jumped to her feet and quickly shoved them back into her shoes and headed for the door. It opened without any resistance. Outside the room, the hallway was dark, lit only by a handful of candles and sconces. Sophia swallowed, then stepped out. The house was silent. Sophia took careful steps, but the floorboards still squeaked loudly beneath her. During the day, she hadn't even noticed it, but now, wrapped in the darkness, it seemed as if those small sounds would wake whatever was sleeping inside this house. "Amelie? Lilica?" She whispered, but heard no response. Upon being met with only more silence, her footsteps sped up. Far in the distance, she heard something shift. A slight sound, one that normally wouldn't be noticed. But for Sophia, it was enough to make her heart race. She sped to the end of the hallway and stood at the bottom of the grand staircase. Above, her eyes honed in on 2 doors in particular. The master bedroom and the door to Amelie's room. Amelie. The choice was obvious. Sophia raced up the stairs and stood in front of the door to her pen pal's room. I don't know, I think I would leave. But as she went to knock, the door fell open. "Amelie, are you in there?" She received no reply. Sophia's head spun around. From somewhere deep in the dark, a gentle tune was being played skillfully. Her arms dropped to her side. The sound consumed her. Sophia drifted back out Amelie's bedroom, chasing that dreamy song. Step, step, step. Through the darkness, all that mattered was that sound. She came to the end of the hallway. A single door stood in her way. A bookcase was pushed to the side. Without a second thought, she pulled it open. In the center of the room, surrounded by candles, Amelie sat. Her skirt fanned out around her. Spread out over the floor were piles of letters. Upon closer inspection, each was filled with words that had been crossed out and signed with "Yours, Marion." Amelie? Amelie, are you awake? Her eyes were shut tight, yet her hands moved enough to play the sorrowful tune. Please listen to me, Amelie. Lilica is... She isn't... I'm not what? You're going to leave her, aren't you? Sophia heard the door shut behind her. She backed up quickly and tried the handle, but it was stuck. Amelie's eyes finally opened. In place of her usual golden eyes was a glare of deep red. Amelie, snap out of it! Please, snap out of it! You want to take her away? Amelie, please! One by one, the candles blew out and the two were plunged into darkness. Amelie's body slumped forward and crashed to the ground. It's nice to meet you, Sophia. I'm sure we're going to have a fun time living together. Since you will be staying with us after all, right? Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, see, here's Lilica. Her name is shaking even. I'm gonna quick... my headphones! Hello, I'm back. I'm gonna quick sip some of my Gatorade. Oh, I've already been going 2 hours and I still got 3 storylines? That's fine. It said this was like an hour to an hour and a half, but I am reading it out loud. I always forget that. They assume you're just reading it and not voicing it. The rain never seems to cease at this time of the year. It pours from the sky in its unending grief, as if longing for something unseen. Thunder roared in the distance. Enough so to make the young woman flinch, but not enough to make her waver. Yeah, like, I can't imagine, like, playing a visual novel on stream and not, like, reading it. And, like, I definitely don't try to do any fancy voice acting, but, you know, I put in a marginal amount of effort. The woman sat beside a man with an imposing brow and a large beard. The man wheezed and coughed, but kept hold of the newspaper in his hands. The front page read the following. The Great Plague of London. 7,000 deceased. The man frowned at the words. Oh, I bet these are the parents. How utterly preposterous. What on earth are the physicians doing? The lady next to him coughed into her handkerchief. When she pulled it away from her mouth, it was stained red with blood. I'm sure they're trying their best, my dear. Their best is going to kill everyone. Forget this rubbish. Amelie is still well and finally of age to marry. We will arrange a suitor before she becomes sick. Damn, you just want to, like, pawn her off immediately? Jasper, do you need water? Here, have water. No? Okay. If we send her out there, then she will certainly grow sick. She should stay here, locked in her room until it is safe to leave. Jasper, do you need water? Did you eat too much? Dumb baby bird. No man will want a woman who has spent her only good years locked in her bedroom. Sir, maybe it's a good thing you died. But she will be safe. No! The lady held her cheek, which quickly reddened after the impact. The Lord glared at her behind his bushy eyebrows. You would do well to remember who she belongs to. Who you belong to. Damn. The lady blinked, trying desperately to stop her eyes from welling up. Lilica, please come here. Her voice carried through the otherwise empty home. Time seemed to pause for a few moments before a woman with blonde hair cascading behind her entered the room. She wore the dress of a maidservant and a neutral expression that wavered just so after seeing the mark left by the Lord's hand. She stepped forward, crossing the tiled floor with slow steps that seemed to match the pace of the thunder that roared outside. The lady nodded to the maid. The maid nodded back to the lady. The moon reflected from the metal object in the maid's hand as she swung it down into the Lord's throat. Cool. I like Lilica. He let out a gargled scream. Blood spluttered from his mouth as he tried to speak, tried to yell, but it was too late. He fell forward onto the floor, and the tiles darkened into a crimson red. He squirmed and crawled, searching for something that no one would ever know, before he fell still only a few minutes later. The lady stared at the scene. Her heart raced. A laugh escaped her lips. Finally! Finally! You'll never hurt AMELIE. I hope you rot in hell. The maid wiped the knife against a small, white hand towel. The stains would never fully be removed. My lady, I will deal with the body. I will help you. He is too much for you to carry alone. But, my lady, you are sick. And I will get no better sitting here. The two grabbed him by an arm each and dragged him towards the stairwell, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. No other words passed from their lips as they executed their task. They reached the end of the hall and began the ascent to the first floor. The Lord's head hit against each step with a soft thunk. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The house was silent in all other regards. Two doors sat next to each other. Both were shut tight. As the two women reached the top of the stairwell, the maid pushed open the door to the master bedroom and entered. The room was spacious and clean, with fresh bedding left by the maid just the same morning. On the wall above the bed, a newly painted family picture. The two struggled and finally lifted the man into the bed. His face was stuck in a terrified expression. His clothes were ruined. I think that's the least of his worries if he's dead. You will protect AMELIE, right? I'll do anything you desire. Then, let us begin. Lightning struck somewhere in the distance, lighting up the otherwise darkened room and showing many things that should have been left unseen. The maid removed her shoes and crawled into the sheets beside the corpse, while the lady dipped her fingers into the Lord's wound and drew a line of blood around the bed. Wait. So that corpse was Lilica, not the lady. 'Cause the lady hung herself, that's right. Yo. She spoke softly to no one in particular, chanting words that should never be chanted. When she was done, she stepped over the threshold and approached the maid. Never let anyone hurt her. Protect her, no matter what. I will, my lady. Thank you, Lilica. You'll never truly understand how much your actions mean to me. The lady leant forward and left a soft kiss against the maid's lips. It was brief and gentle, and something the two had wished to share for longer than either would admit. As the lady pulled away, the maid drew her knife, still smudged with blood, and brought it to her veins. Goodbye, Lilica. Goodbye, my lady. The maid bled out slowly, painfully slowly. The lady gasped for air and clawed at her neck. Everything in the manor became still. Everything apart from a young lady named AMELIE, who sat in her bed upright, feeling a dark dread in the pit of her stomach, and another young lady named Lilica, who stood over two corpses lying beside each other in bed. The young lady named Lilica stared at the maid in the bed. Her own face. Her own blood seeping through the bed. And yet, here she stood. She looked at herself in the mirror and saw a different person entirely. She was no longer the maid. She was Lilica. Her voice was softer, her hair longer. It worked! When she turned back towards the bed, Lilica froze. Both of the bodies were gone. And in their place, two skeletons. How long has it been? She walked towards the door and found it locked. Digging through the tattered clothes of the long-dead maid, she retrieved the key and opened it. The door beside the master bedroom sat ajar just enough for Lilica to peer inside. AMELIE sat at the end of her bed, staring at herself in a small handheld mirror while brushing her hair. She hummed a quiet tune, but froze as her eyes met Lilica's. Who are you? I am Lilica. Lilica, but... Your mother told me that you had a maid named Lilica. What a coincidence! What are you doing here? How long has your mother been gone? My mother? I saw her. She frowned and clutched her head as if she couldn't quite remember. I saw her just this morning. I see. Your parents have left to be cured of the plague. They've asked me to stay here with you until they can return. Really? A cure truly exists? That's right. So until then, how about we be friends? Bro. AMELIE's face lit up, and their eternal friendship began. How many years had passed since that day? Neither could tell. Time seemed to stand still within that manor, out in a field in the middle of nowhere. And that's the way Lilica wished it to stay. Lilica, a letter has arrived. What? Her blood ran cold as AMELIE stared at the envelope in her hands. When was the last time we had a letter? How exciting! Perhaps it's Mother writing that she will return soon. Perhaps so. Oh. Oh? It seems to be addressed to someone else entirely. Perhaps it was brought here by mistake. Then we had best send it back. Give it to me and I will have it returned. A peek wouldn't hurt, don't you think? Opening someone else's mail is a federal crime. Lilica watched as the first crack formed in her fragile world. I will dispose of it immediately. Give it to me. But it was too late. The letter inside had already been let loose, and Amelie's eyes had taken in the words left for someone else. Sophia. Lilica, I think I will write back. I will let her know that I received the letter by mistake. That isn't needed. Please. Just one letter. Thank you, Lilica. How many letters had arrived at their door since then? How many times had Amelie spoken excitedly about Sophia to her? Sophia. Sophia, Sophia, Sophia. It's always Sophia. Sophia is the crack in this fragile reality. Sophia. I have to get rid of Sophia. Lilica? Lilica's eyes opened with a jolt. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired. What did you say? Sophia says she's coming to visit. Another crack formed from the last. It sprawled across reality, threatening to shatter at any moment. Amelie, I don't think that's a good idea. The plague. She says that it's safe enough to travel now in her letter. Perhaps Mother and Father will return soon too. Lilica forced a smile. But we don't need anyone else here. We have each other. Of course, you are my dear friend, Lilica. But Sophia and I have been writing to each other for... She shook her head, as if chasing off the beginnings of a headache. For a long time, anyway. I am excited to finally meet her. Won't you be excited with me, too? We can all be friends. Right, friends. I'm sure we'll all be the best of friends. Don't think she wants to be friends. For an amount of time that neither Lilica or Amelie could truly comprehend, the house was suddenly buzzing with life. Amelie's footsteps were light, and her days filled with excitement as she awaited the arrival of Sophia. And finally, to Lilica's dismay, the day came. The pendulum clock on the wall swung back and forth, ticking down the time. Lilica stared at it, wishing it would slow down even further. 10 minutes, then 20. Then an hour passed as the two stood by the door, waiting for a knock. She seems to be late. Perhaps she is not coming after all, Amelie. There is no need to make such a sullen face. Perhaps this is for the best. She wrote that she would be here, so I shall wait. With her face hidden from Amelie, Lilica scowled. You truly believe that it's safe to have visitors during the outbreak? Lilica, I believe we have been isolated long enough, and Sophia has written that it is safe. I trust her word. She would not endanger us. And if your pen pal turns out to be a robber in disguise, what then? Amelie smiled to Lilica's dismay. She has a way with words that only a woman could have. A lady robber, then. Nonsense. By the way, Lilica, have you seen my letters? I can't say that I have. Jasper, you're ruining the fun here. A knock sounded at the door, instantly halting their conversation. Amelie rose from her place and took a steady step forward before Lilica raised a hand to her. Allow me. A allow me to see if she should truly be allowed entry. The door groaned as it slowly swung open and revealed the young woman who knocked at the door. She was drenched from head to toe. Lilica stared at her, light hair and eyes. She looked almost like a kitten. Instantly, Lilica's dislike for the woman grew. Lilica stepped to the side just in time for Sophia to bounce through the door and wrap her arms around Amelie. Her blood boiled. She watched as the clothes she had carefully handmade become drenched by someone unworthy, someone that didn't even deserve to look at Amelie. Amelie! Sophia! Amelie's arms wrapped around Sophia in return, and Lilica turned away. My, you're completely drenched. Did you forget your umbrella, perchance? Or perhaps her umbrella got carried away by the wind. With a cool anger written over her features, Lilica shut the door. I didn't even think to bring an umbrella. The forecast said sunny all day. My fault for believing it, I guess. I can't believe you're truly here. Me either. About time, right? You're just as pretty as I knew you'd be. And you too. But what are you wearing? Seeing your house, I feel like I should have dressed up a little more. No, perhaps it is I that is overdressed. Oh, now you're thirsty? You good? One more? She's good. Lilica stood to the side, her arms crossed lightly over her chest. Her long hair reached down nearly to the wooden floor. Pardon my manners. My dear friend Lilica is here too. I believe I wrote about her in the past. I remember. I've kept all of your letters safe, don't worry. As you should. Amelie side-eyed Lilica upon hearing her tone, but Lilica simply looked away. Sorry, but is there any chance you have a towel? Of course! My apologies. I would usually have someone here to attend to us, but everyone's been sent home. Only the three of us remain. Let me fetch you a towel. Amelie disappeared down the hall, leaving Lilica alone with Sophia. This really is a manor. When she told me about her house, I almost didn't believe it. Has no one told you it's rude to poke around someone else's house? Sophia walked straight past Lilica without even a notion of responding. Hello? You can't see me. Sophia walked towards the settee and reached for the newspaper. Don't let her touch it. Do not let her touch anything. She'll break it all. She'll undo everything. She wants to hurt Amelie. She can't. Find out the truth. The window shook loudly in the wind. With a flick of her small wrist, Lilica allowed the door to fly open, causing Sophia to whip around in surprise. It's so windy. Lilica locked in on the object that Sophia had been reaching for. She rushed forward and took hold of it, then quickly hid it behind a cabinet as Sophia reached to close the door. Phew! Amelie? Ma'am, shush! Sophia spun around, but looked straight through Lilica. Sophia? Oh, Amelie! Please, use this. Thanks. I'll bring an umbrella next time. I promise. Jasper, you're fine. Oh, hiccups! Lilica watched as Sophia dried herself with a towel. Our towel. It's not for her. There can't be a next time. Then, if you're now dried off, would you care for a tour of the house before afternoon tea? That sounds great! On your right is the pantry, and down that hall is the boiler room. But you shouldn't have any need for those spaces. Sophia and Amelie walked side by side, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Lilica stared at the place where they almost connected, seething with a quiet rage. These are all guest bedrooms. I've prepared this one for you for your use. If you find anything not to your standards, you can let myself or Lilica know. Amelie, I have a feeling your standards are much higher than mine. I've never even been in a house that looks like this. No? Is your home not similar? Well, it's a lot smaller. There is no shame in that. You own your own property, yes? Yeah, I recently bought it. With your husband? What? No, I'm not married. Shut up. Your father allowed you to buy property on your own? Amelie, you speak just like how you write. I'm so surprised. Your voice disgusts me. And you speak quite casually. People usually say that about me. Being here around you makes me want to be more formal. What need is there of formality between friends? That's true, too. Your words are poisoning Amelie. This is the morning room, and next door the dining room. We'll be having afternoon tea in the sitting room here. So many rooms. Upstairs is my bedroom and the master bedroom. I must ask that you don't enter the master bedroom, as it belongs to my parents who are currently away. Of course, I wouldn't go poking around anyway. Lies. You're lying. Well, this walking has made me parched. Shall we take afternoon tea now? Sure, that sounds good. Why don't you have a seat while Lilica and I prepare our food? Oh, I can come help. Nonsense, you are my guest. It would be remiss of me to allow you to lift a finger. If you insist, but I'm happy to help anytime. Thank you. I will be back soon. Please, rest. Amelie. Yes? It's nothing. Take your time. Sophia slipped through a doorway and disappeared. Amelie smiled widely, while Lilica just stared ahead blankly. Isn't this lovely, Lilica? To have a new face in the house. It feels like forever. Yes, how lovely. I'm glad you are having fun at the very least. Are you not? Sever her fate this time. I'm always having fun when we're together, Amelie. Ah, I see. Are you jealous? Worry not, my dear friend. Of course our friendship means just as much to me. I value you greatly. Just as much? Indeed. Come along, Lilica. Let us prepare tea. Amelie, I have something to say to you. You are my very best friend. Did you know that? I feel the same towards you, Lilica. And as such, I feel the need to be truthful with you. You appreciate the truth, don't you? Of course, I trust your judgment very much. Is something the matter? Wow, I can lie or I can lie or I can lie. Jasper, you have food right here. Oops. I might have just thrown bird food on my table. Oops. mother contacted me. She believes they will be able to return shortly.
Oh, Lilica! This is wonderful news!
Indeed, she was very excited for me to pass on her message to you, but... I think I need to give my bird something to shut her up. One moment. Ma'am, okay. Here, please. Shut up. Here, look. Bird food in here. Now come here. Spoiled little brat. Yeah. You take the food and then you sit it down. No, take the food. Eat your food. Eat your peas, Professor. All right, I'm back. Oh, keep lying. Well, she wasn't pleased to hear you had someone visiting without her permission.
Oh. I thought she would be delighted I had invited a friend.
Oh, your entire existence is a lie. Of course, I pleaded with her that Sophia was a dear friend, but she wouldn't listen.
I see. Did she say when she would return?
No, but it appears to be soon.
Then I'll send Sophia away like normal tomorrow. I can't exactly force her out into the storm, can I?
Why not?
Lilica.
Naturally, I am just teasing. Of course it wouldn't be right to send her away at a time like this.
I'm glad to hear we have come to an agreement. How pleased I am to know that Mother will be returning soon. Let's go prepare tea, shall we?
Ooh. Shit's going down.
Did you finish the baking yesterday?
The pastries are ready for serving.
Excellent. I'll just fetch the tea then.
Allow me. A lady of your standing shouldn't be doing such a menial task, should she?
Don't be absurd. Even Sophia herself seems fine to help in the kitchen. Did you hear how she jumped to help? I should follow in her footsteps.
What would your parents think of that?
I appreciate the sentiment, but they took with them all the staff. I have little choice but to prepare my own tea.
I see. Then, shall I attend to our guest? I wouldn't want her to become lonely.
Would you? I'll only be a few moments.
Of course. Anything for you, AMELIE.
It will be a good chance for you to become friends, too.
I'm sure it will be. Wait, I was like wondering why it's getting so dark. I need to turn a light on. Wait, did that light die? I hope not. All right, light is back. Lilica's smile at that moment seemed to hide behind it an intent much deeper than AMELIE realized. The walls had eyes. Eyes that tracked Lilica's every move. They followed her as she made careful, deliberate steps towards the sitting room. They stared, their eyes bulging, judging. They had no mouths with which to scream, but Lilica could still hear their words. We all sacrificed ourselves for you. Hope, our only hope. AMELIE, protect AMELIE. Prove your worth. Prove your love. Amelie. Amelie. Under her feet, shattered glass pierced through her shoes, cutting her feet. She could feel the blood ooze out, pooling. It was warm, comforting. She looked up to find where the glass had come from. Then she noticed the cracks once again. Along every wall, every floorboard, even through the air. The world was fragmented. It was already broken. Not beyond repair, it's not. My lady, I will fix this still. You can rest. Please rest. I will take care of everything. Anything and everything. For you. She blinked. The world reverted to the way it should. The glass that lined the floor, gone. The eyes that followed from the walls, gone. And the cracks that had begun to wrap themselves around Lilica's ankles had disappeared too. She stood in front of the sitting room's door, which sat slightly ajar. Inside, Lilica could see Sophia staring out of the large window. Her back stayed turned as Lilica entered the room. Of course, it wouldn't have been possible for Sophia to turn around and look at her, but Lilica still found herself taking careful, quiet steps. The window shook past the dark, thick curtains. You who would attempt to defy your fate. Why don't we see how long this little game lasts? Why don't we test whose love is stronger? I swear, my love is unwavering. My infatuation, my yearning, my desire. You could never even wish to match it. Lilica pulled out a chair roughly, dragging the legs across the floor. Yet you dare to challenge me? You dare to test my love? Amelie? Was that you? Amelie? Oops. Sophia took careful steps towards the chair, resting her hand against it. Or Lilica? You're nothing. Sophia sat down in the chair that was offered to her, while Lilica circled around, as if a cat after its prey. But her steps paused as she heard something strange. Footsteps from above. The master bedroom? In front of her very eyes, Lilica watched the scene unfold. A scene that made her blood run cold and her body freeze in place. My lady. The lady of the house stood beside Lilica. Where before the two had stood eye to eye, now the lady stood taller than Lilica by at least a head. My lady, what are you doing here? The lady removed her shoes and stepped onto the table. Did you come to punish me? Are you angry? I promise I will remove the plague that has entered our home. I swear it upon my undying love. The lady did not respond. Instead, she reached up and took hold of the noose. The rope wrapped around her neck, exactly where the necklace that the maid had gifted the lady should have rested. Join me! Her eyes locked onto Sophia's. Her hand was outstretched, waiting to be taken. Why won't you look at me, my lady? Are you truly so angry? Angry enough to despise me? For but a moment, as Sophia's outstretched hands came closer and closer, the lady's eyes turned slowly towards Lilica. They carried with it a message that only Lilica could decipher. Lilica's body shook. It trembled and trembled until she could bear it no more, and she ran from the room as fast as her legs would take her. Excuse me. If the hallway still had eyes, they weren't fast enough to follow Lilica. The floorboards, as if made of quicksand, threatened to suck her up and bury her deep within the house. Her feet felt heavy and leaden. Each step was as painful as that brief glance. She raced through the hall and up a flight of stairs, past the stained glass window, which left a myriad of colors over the carpeted steps, and past the doors that lead to the master bedroom and Amelie's room. Closer, closer, until she arrived at a bookcase. She pushed it to the side and entered the hidden room. The room behind the bookcase was small, and not a single window faced outwards. Thus, the room was near pitch black. Each wall was plastered with handwritten letters. Handwritten letters, clearly for Lilica alone. Her eyes, frantic, finally started to calm as she took in the words. Her words. Words left to her, for her, only for her. Lilica's eyes settled on a particular letter. I need a save here. There's choices. Okay, look left. Dear Amelie. Lilica.
How wonderful to hear that you're doing well.
I've been very busy this week,
but most of it is boring, so I won't bog you down with the details.
Oops. But do you know what happened just yesterday? Of course you don't. You weren't there.
I was walking home when I found an abandoned kitten. Someone left it in a box on the side of the road. How could anyone do that?
Anyway, I took her home. I named her, Lily, after you. It's a little embarrassing writing it out like that. I hope you don't mind. Yours, Marion. Oh, heck yeah. Dear Lilica, I've spent the past week studying. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy it, but everyone needs a break, you know. On my desk, I have a little cactus in a pot. To be honest, a cactus wasn't my first choice, but I've killed every other plant I've ever owned. Anyway, it bloomed. There's one beautiful flower coming out of it. I couldn't be happier. So that makes studying easier. I think your environment makes a big difference. How about you? Do you have any plants? I'm looking forward to hearing about it next time. Yours, Marion. Look ahead. Dear Lilica, today was tough. I tried my hardest, but I still failed. Don't you think life is unfair sometimes? I wish trying hard was all it took to succeed. Sorry, I'm whining, aren't I? I came out of my interview and it was raining. I thought, just my luck. But something interesting happened. A rainbow in the distance peeked out from behind the gray clouds. It reminded me of you. And then I felt a little better. I hope we can meet soon. Yours, Marion. She ripped the letter from the wall and clutched it to her chest, collapsing to her knees. She couldn't hate me. She couldn't. She adores me, like I adore her. She entrusted her everything to me. Everything. Her everything. Amelie. The letter dropped from her fingers that were neither cold nor warm. You want me to get rid of that disease, don't you? You won't accept me until I protect Amelie.
Is that right, my lady?
I'd do anything. Anything you asked, so if that's all I have to do, then I will do it. I will keep Amelie safe forever. Lilica stood from the ground and dusted off her skirt. Her face that had previously contorted in distress had finally calmed, and a smile gently crept across her face.
I love you, my lady. And for you, I will love Amelie too.
Excuse me.
I should light the sconces too. Where did I put those matches?
Right here.
Oh, you gave me a fright, Lilica. Where have you been?
Preparing the guest room for your dear friend, of course.
How kind. Sophia is just preparing for a bath at the present. I'm going to retrieve a towel for her from the linen closet.
Amelie, I think it's best you send her home post-haste.
What? Why would I do that?
For all you know, she brings with her the plague.
Sophia says it is now safe to travel. You say Mother is returning soon. It should be perfectly fine, don't you think?
And what if she lies?
She wouldn't do that. Sophia is a kind and good-natured person. She would not bring any danger to us. Did you know that Sophia attends a local university? And she lives by herself with no husband. She says that if I wanted, I could also study.
Study? Study. She wants to leave? She wants to leave the house? No. She can't leave. She can't go anywhere. She belongs here. She was entrusted to me. The lady of the house should not study, Amelie. You must stay inside the house and await your parents.
But I'm sure Mother would want the best for me. Perhaps while I await her, I could go inspect Sophia's school?
Amelie, you must stay inside and await your parents' return.
But
don't you trust me? Have I ever tried to lead you astray?
No, Lilica. I was just thinking that perhaps it truly is beginning to be safe.
Look, I have brought today's newspaper. Do you see that title?
The plague runs rampant.
Put any notion of leaving or studying away for now, yes? As soon as it is truly safe to do so, then we shall, and you will be reunited with your family. For now, it is just you and me.
Thanks, Lilica. I'm glad you're here.
As am I.
Oh, the towel! Let me go retrieve it.
Go ahead. Alone, Lilica stared at the bathroom door, which was shut tight. Behind it, she could hear the water running. She could picture Sophia's body slowly shedding its layers of clothes before she stepped into the hot water. That image was enough to force her hand. The running water sloshed onto steel-lined wooden tub. A state-of-the-art system. No one else in the country owned anything like it. But how many years ago was that? How long ago had it been? Sophia leaned over the sink, her bone-white knuckles grasping either side of it. Her back was turned to Lilica. If she wanted, she could stab her in the back and be over with it. No. I need to keep Amelie's trust. She needs to leave or go somewhere she'll never be found. Or do it herself. Sophia lifted her face to the mirror, then froze. Her eyes bore into it, as if she was seeing something she shouldn't. Lilica stared back, unmoving. Leave. Leave already. Who? One step at a time, maintaining eye contact through the mirror, Lilica crept closer. Closer and closer, until the two were nearly touching. Why do you want to take AMELIE away? Can't you see that she loves me? Me, not you. Your words are poisoning this household. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. I'll have no choice. I'll just kill you. Who are you? Sophia whipped around, but her eyes didn't focus on any spot in particular. To her, Lilica was gone. Lilica walked towards an open cabinet and pulled something out. I need a sippy. Okay. Oh, and a stretch. Oh. All right, I stretched. I'm gonna sever this fate. The metal of the razor glinted. Lilica raised it up, and she moved to stand over the bath. With ease, the metal cut into her arm. Drops of blood fell into the water, leaving tiny splashes where they connected. Blood still runs in my veins, after all. Sophia rushed past Lilica, desperate to turn off the overflowing water before she froze once again. The water was a deep, dark red. Her slender fingers dipped into the liquid as if she were entranced. One layer at a time, she stripped bare, her expression hollow and lifeless. Lilica watched as her naked body stepped into the crimson water. Why not just end it here? You're scared, aren't you? Just sink down. Accept your fate. Accept it. A knock came from the door. Lilica's widened eyes went from the door to the young woman in the bath, then back again. Excuse me, I'm coming in. Lilica ducked behind the folding screen. Oh, there's that hiccup. Just in time to hear the door open. Sophia? I knocked, but I didn't hear a reply. I brought you a towel. Oh. She didn't wait any longer. As AMELIE stepped into the room to set down the towel, Lilica quietly dashed out into the hall. Before Lilica had a chance to even catch her breath, the bathroom door opened once again, and AMELIE stepped out with flushed cheeks. Did you tell her that she must depart? No, Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Your face is bright red. Sophia will stay until she decides to leave. No. No. She must leave now. Tonight. No longer. As you wish. I'm sorry, Lilica, but I believe it is only fair after she traveled so far. And she is my friend. That woman. That siren. Look what she does to our AMELIE. I will finish preparing the guest room. Let me come help, Sophia. Oh, Sophia, when you're done in there, you can come to your room. From the other side of the door, Sophia's voice came in return. Okay, thanks, AMELIE. The guest bedroom was freshly cleaned with new linen on the bed and a lit lantern beside it. Fortunately, Lilica had prepared the room well in advance. You did a fine job of preparing the room so far. Thank you, Lilica. Anything for you. I was thinking, tomorrow if the rain is cleared up,
We could open the greenhouse again and have morning tea there. It's been so long since we last used it.
By now, a dozen cracks stemmed from a dozen other cracks, filling the entirety of Lilica's world. At any moment, even a breeze would make everything collapse. Didn't we already speak of this? You cannot leave the house.
But I'm sure the greenhouse would be safe. No one else uses it, and it's only a few steps from the back door.
It is unsafe. You know this. What has gotten into you? Is it because of your friend?
I just thought it would be nice to at least sit in the sun.
Then you may sit by the window in the dining hall.
Is it really so unsafe that even taking a foot outdoors would be dangerous?
Yes.
Sophia, I see you're done with the bath.
Lilica crossed her arms over her chest, anger already rising. Were you talking about the greenhouse?
Yes, did you see it when you arrived?
I did, but
it looked as if the plants inside had died. Oh, that's impossible. It's barely been any time at all since the gardeners left. I'm sure the plants inside are more sturdy than that.
Well, even if they have died, maybe we could go in and replant some things tomorrow.
How wonderful!
Have you not heard a word I said? It is unsafe to do so.
Oh, don't be such a spoil sport. I think it would be perfectly fine. Well, it's getting late now, so I'll leave you to retire. If you need anything, my room is just upstairs on the left.
Good night, Sophia. Poison dripped from her voice as Lilica left the guest room behind. The house had a heart, and that heart was beating to the same rhythm as Lilica's. It was frenzied, on the verge of losing control. It echoed through her head, through the hall, through to every corner of the building. Like Morse code, it was as if the house itself was telling her to do something. Get rid of her. Cut out the disease. Protect AMELIE. She bit her thumb, pacing back and forth. AMELIE will be upset. But AMELIE doesn't need anyone else. She has me. She won't be upset for long, and she'll forget. That's right, she'll forget. Her breath hitched in her throat. But what do I do? What do I do? She just won't die. My lady, what am I supposed to do? At that moment, Lilica put her ear to AMELIE's door, listening intently. How about coming away with me for a while?
Away? Outside of the house? What about the sickness?
Away? Outside of the house? It's okay now. You'll be okay. You could come stay at my house. I could show you around my school. You don't have to go through an arranged marriage if you don't want to. Lilica's hands balled into fists at her side.
You would do that for me?
You are my dearest friend, and I actually... You think you can take her away from me? Lilica's balled fist slammed against the door. Each one set a pain shooting up her arm all the way to her shoulder. Inside, the voices went silent. Deny her fate. She doesn't belong to you.
Lilica?
Finally, Lilica snapped out of her daze. At some point, AMELIE had left the guest bedroom and was standing a short distance away from her, looking worried. Instantly, she took a deep breath and composed herself. But her heart still beat loud as a drum, and the cracks that seemed to be centered around AMELIE were spreading at an increasing rate. It is late. You should retire to your bedroom.
Yes, I shall. It's nice having someone else around, isn't it? I feel as if the manor is coming back to life. I hope we see Mother and Father soon.
I'm sure we will. Shall I see you to your bed?
Yes, please.
The hallway was darkened, with only a few sconces and candles lit around the way, and Lilica relished in it. On a night like this, long ago in the past, she had sealed her fate, along with AMELIE's. And tonight, she would seal the fate of yet another person. The two rose up the grand staircase, side by side. Moonlight drifted in through the stained glass window. This seemed to be the only place free from those cracks. If she squinted, she could almost see it, almost hear it. That head, hitting each step with a loud thunk. Those eyes would never open again to look upon a woman with scorn. That hand would never be raised to leave a mark on pristine skin. The sound filled her with joy, and the thought of repeating that fateful night left her footsteps light with excitement. Me too. I also get excited when I think of murder.
Lilica, may I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Have you ever heard of a woman loving another woman as a woman would love a man?
Where did you hear about such a thing?
Oh, nowhere in particular. It was just a thought that came into my mind.
I think you are overtired because of all the excitement, AMELIE. I think it best you get some rest.
Yes, all right. Good night, Lilica.
Lilica, who was seated on the edge of AMELIE's bed, stood with unsteady feet. Standing in the doorway, she looked back at AMELIE. Good night, AMELIE. Tomorrow, everything will be better, so sleep well. Lilica steeled her resolve and stepped out of the bedroom. Damn. She first went back to the guest room and put her ear to the door. No sounds could be heard from behind it. Then, she noticed something. Someone else, walking down the hallway, unsteadily. Lilica followed closely behind. Through the darkness, the other person was only a shadow, their features obscured and hidden. The sound of her light steps on the old wooden floorboards, mixed in with the rain, was still raging just outside those walls.
The kitchen was by the stairwell?
That's right, by the stairwell. But you aren't going to the kitchen, are you? Hand-painted portraits were lined up in rows along either side of the hall. It seemed as if their eyes moved to follow Lilica's every move. Sophia stared up at the grand staircase. She seemed as if she were entranced with each and every step. They're waiting for you. Those two people. They're calling for you. Go on, go to them. Sophia's unsteady hand reached for the banister. Her ascent was slow and careful, eyes fixed on the door. That special door. That room where the maid had met her end and her most hated person rested beside her. That room where she had made a promise to the person she loved. Lilica only needed to reach into the kitchen to procure the item that was waiting for her. Had been waiting for her all this time, since Sophia had arrived. A knife, with dark age stains over the blade and hilt. Long has it sat there, festering, waiting. Desperate for more blood. Like a hunter stalking her prey, Lilica followed behind Sophia, the knife gripped tightly in her hand. The two stood side by side, staring at the door to the master bedroom. It was shut tight, as it had been for countless years. Sophia trembled. With a smile, Lilica reached over to give her arm a squeeze. Go on. You want to know the truth, don't you? You can hear their voices. I'll allow you this much. With a careful motion, Sophia pushed the door open. All at once, countless memories came flooding back. Of love, hope, of the future, and of death. Sophia disappeared into the dark room, the only light being a candle she carried in her hand. A family of mice ran out the room and down the stairs. The taste of freedom was oh so sweet for them. More quiet than the mice had escaped, Lilica followed Sophia into the room. Wax dripped from the burning candle onto the wooden floor. She trembled as she reached a shaky hand to the bed. And at the same moment, Lilica swung the door closed behind them and the room plunged into darkness. But that darkness didn't matter to Lilica, not to she, who knew this room like the back of her hand. Amelie, is that you? Amelie isn't here to save you. Sophia's eyes searched the room to no avail. I'm sorry I came in here after you asked me not to. I'll just go now, okay? The pale-haired woman fell back onto the bed before she had a moment to react. The yellowed bones of the lord of the manor and the maid rattled underneath her, flesh long deteriorated. Lilica smiled. How long it has been since I last saw myself truly. What? Scream! It looks like we're finally meeting, Sophia! With a leg on either side of her, Lilica held Sophia down to the bed, still smiling. She tried to squirm, to escape, to run free. Her eyes were filled with terror. You won't take her away from me. Sophia's scream became a muffled cry before finally extinguishing fully. Finally! My lady, did you see? Are you watching? I've saved her! I've saved Amelie. Only when Lilica tried to stand did she notice it. An aged bone poking out from her stomach. Dark liquid dripped out from around it. With a slight frown, Lilica pulled it free. Ugh. It's okay. It'll be okay. Lilica closed her eyes. I'm just a little tired. I'll just sleep for a bit. Her eyes grew heavy. So heavy. So heavy that the only option would be to sleep at this very moment. How could you do that? Lilica, why? Why? Why would you hurt Amelie like that? Why did you kill Amelie? Her eyes opened with a start, her heart racing faster than it had ever raced before. The room seemed to be spinning and her head throbbing. Then she saw it. Lying on the bed, between the two skeletons, was the body of a young woman. A young woman with long brown hair. Her dress was stained red. Amelie? No, that's not... Who did this? Who? Sophia? Amelie, wake up! Wake. She blinked, and the young woman below her disappeared. In her place, Sophia appeared. The room was still dark. Not even a drop of sunlight peeked through the covered windows.
Oh, what a cruel trick of the eyes!
She stepped out from the master bedroom just as Amelie did the same, right next door.
Good morning, Lilica. I was just on my way to see if Sophia has awakened yet.
Amelie. Sophia disappeared during the night. I believe she went to the same place your parents went.
What? That cannot be right.
Don't run, Amelie. Amelie dashed down the hall and knocked quickly on the door to the guest bedroom, which fell open with no resistance. Inside, the bedding was disheveled and her luggage strewn about.
This isn't true. She wouldn't just leave without saying goodbye.
Dearie me, I'm sorry. I told you it was a bad idea for anyone to visit, didn't I?
Oh, Lilica, this isn't fair. I thought she said we would.
There. Come here. Lilica wrapped her thin arms around the young woman, gently patting her on the back. See, you shouldn't depend on anyone else. I'm here. I won't ever leave you. Amelie clutched at her back, tears already falling from her eyes. We'll be together forever. Together forever, together for... Oh. Amelie froze in Lilica's arms before pulling back completely. What happened to your face? My face? Lilica's hands went to her face instantly. Is something wrong? Amelie's expression has darkened, her mouth shut firmly in a line. My face? Pulling a small mirror from her pocket, Lilica finally saw it. A black void of nothingness where her face should have been. She turned and ran, down the hall and up the stairs before Lilica could even call out to her. The void seemed to seep out from her very skin, oozing, leaking out from the wound at her stomach. That disease-ridden hag. Amelie, wait! It's okay, everything will be out. Lilica's hand that reached towards Amelie fell to her side. At the top of the staircase, in this manner in the middle of a field, far out in the countryside, Amelie stood in an open doorway. A doorway that hadn't been opened to her in more years than she could truly imagine. And inside, she witnessed a sight she never should have. Her eyes hollow, her body petrified.
Sophia?
Amelie, this isn't... Stay away from me. Her long brown hair cascaded out around her as Amelie rushed into her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Lilica rushed up the staircase, banging her fists against the locked door. Amelie, this is all a misunderstanding. She wanted to hurt you. I've saved you. She fell to her knees, her fists still pounding on the wooden door. A muffled sob came from within, then silence. Jasper's thirsty. The void surrounded Lilica, flowing from her wound and wrapping itself around her body. She curled into a ball. The sound of a chair hitting the ground inside the bedroom was the last sound Lilica heard before her eyes closed and she became one with the void. Damn! one with the void! Alright, so that means we got one more? Oh no, oh shit, we have two more? How? I wonder if I go back in? Alright, this time I'm gonna skip through a bit. Like, this isn't... Oh. I can choose between... Okay, so severing her... Okay. I'm confused now. How do I get those other options? Oh! Okay. Oops. Well, now we're in the bathtub again. You can hear me now, can't you? Why not just end it? You're scared. You're so terrified. You came here just to see your friend, and look at what's happened to you. Amelie. Yes, Amelie. Amelie, where did you go? Where are you, Amelie? I want to see you. Shut up. You don't deserve to speak her name. You don't deserve to be in her presence. Why don't you just give up? Just sink deep into the abyss. Isn't it inviting? Sink, right. I should. Isn't the water so warm and inviting? That's right. Just sink down into it. Then you'll finally be able to rest. Amelie, you? Wait, yeah, now I'm confused. How do I get the other two endings? Oh no! Winnie, who is not good at the thinking. Don't mind me just searching for things. I mean, there isn't anything there. Itchy, 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 itchy.
Oh, come on. Choices? I'm trying to figure out if it's something that I can easily... Okay, well, it shouldn't skip unseen text. So I guess... Skip. Okay. What if I don't want to pick any? Excuse me. Now I am a very... Oh, fuck. I don't remember what I picked last time. Or did I even? Did I even get this option? All right, we're gonna allow her fate. Blah, blah, blah. No, this seems like it's... Oh, okay, this is new. This is new. All right, so we're back in the master bedroom. As her hand rested against the door, a sudden pang went through Lilica's cold heart. She is important to you, isn't she? Of course. Her words have always been something that have brightened my day. Even if she were to leave? Leave? Well, I believe she'll leave eventually, Lilica. There's little choice, really. All I can do is hope she'll visit again. I see. Good night, Amelie. Sleep well. Whatever Amelie said in reply was lost in the darkness as Lilica stepped out of the bedroom. As she left the room, she noticed it. A dark shadow. Okay, we're back to that. Oh wait, no, this is new. Slowly creeping through the hall, Lilica frowned. My lady, you must forgive me. I've rarely seen Amelie so happy. But she cannot stay. No, she must leave immediately, and I will make her. Ah, so are we just gonna just like chase Sophia out in this ending instead of stabbing her? She stood on the grand staircase, outlined in the moon's glow. Sophia, you can't see me, can't hear me, but you can sense me, can you not? The shadow paused, her eyes going up to the staircase. There, I hiccuped. There she saw a shadow warp strangely across the carpeted steps. You will leave this place immediately, and you will never come back. Lilica? The blonde girl pushed a vase from the step, and it crashed to the ground below, smashing into tiny pieces. Sophia jumped in response, a shiver running down her spine. I won't warn you again. Leave. Slowly and unsteadily, Sophia crept up the stairs until her face was almost close enough to touch Lilica's.
Is that you, Lilica? In a small motion, Lilica dropped something from her sleeve. It clattered to the ground at Sophia's feet. She gripped her shirt even more tightly. This is your last chance. I don't care whether you live or die. This is only a favor to AMELIE. As if her nerves had finally got the best of her, Sophia turned on the spot and ran, back down the staircase and into the dark hall. Lilica followed behind her, slamming doors and knocking things down to the ground. Sophia, too scared to even turn around, ran as fast as her legs would take her until she reached the front door. Instead of being locked and closed up tightly, it sat open, as if waiting for her to leave. She didn't waste even a single second more. And she was gone. She's gone. Gone. I did it! AMELIE, I did it. You did what? Did you... This isn't what it looks like, AMELIE. Please, listen to me. Did you force her to leave? No, I'm going after her. Lilica jumped in front of the doors, arms spread wide. You can't. Why? It is unsafe to do so. You belong here with me, together. I've had enough of this and that being unsafe. Lilica, either you move to the side or any friendship I thought we had is gone. Lilica wavered. Her arms, which had held such conviction, began to droop. I have always done what's best for you, have I not? All this time, have I not remained at your side? Please, trust me. I only did what I had to do. So, this is what you've decided. Don't come near me again. AMELIE turned her back on the blonde-haired woman, who dropped to her knees as she watched her leave. AMELIE. Good night, Lilica. Damn. Darkness filled every inch of her brain. A voice screamed out from inside of her, mocking her. Don't trust, it's a trap. This whole game is a trap. This isn't right. My lady, this isn't right. Didn't I do the right thing? I let her go. I did her a favor. But AMELIE is upset. Dun, dun, dun. Her lady offered no answer. Is this punishment for not doing as you wished? Sophia should have died. She should have died. Should have died. Died. But now she is alive and AMELIE is angry. In that dark room, all alone, Lilica clutched onto something. Something she kept hidden in a closet, away from any prying eyes. She held it tighter. Its green dress fell apart at her touch. Oh my god, did you keep the skeleton of your beloved lady? Oh god. Can't you make this all better again? Can't we make her forget? Her forehead fell down and rested against the other person's shoulder. Yep, that's a skeleton. They remained silent, as they had been for many long years. I'm sorry. I'll make it all better. We can make her forget, can't we? Can't we start again? Just like before. We can start again. Lilica stood, placing the skeleton of her lady carefully back in the closet. Keep waiting for me. I promise. I'll make everything right again. Let's start again, AMELIE. You and me. Forever. Lilica walked into the room, holding a tray carefully in her hands. On it sat a teapot and 2 cups. Amelie, I've brought the tea.
Excellent! It smells delicious.
Amelie smiled brightly, filling Lilica with happiness in return. Lilica is like the prime yandere lesbian girlfriend.
Lilica, may I ask you something? Of course. I found this letter by the front door. Do you know where it came from?
Amelie held out an envelope. The front was blank. How strange. Perhaps it was delivered here by accident? Lilica took it from her and opened it. At the bottom, it was signed, "Yours always, Sophia." Yes, it seems to be for someone else. I'll mail this back, yes?
Thank you, Lilica. I appreciate it.
Finished with her tea, Amelie stood first and left the room. Lilica smiled. From under the table, she pulled out a stack of envelopes that seemed to match the one Amelie had given to her. And all at once, she threw them into the fireplace. Goodbye, Sophia. Damn. Okay. All right. Well, I think we got one more, because that was accept her. Wait, no, that was deny her fate, I think. Well, we'll find out. We have like one more ending to get, I think. All right, we're gonna allow her fate. I think. I hope I hit the right button. Nope. All right, try again. Wow. All right, we're gonna deny her fate. Eh? Fuck. How do I... Eh? How do I get the last ending then? Oh no! If neither of these... Oh boy. I'm gonna find out how to get that last ending. We got this, guys. Okay, let's try... All right, I'm gonna sever fate. And let's get through that. Lie. All I can do is keep lying. I'm gonna sever the fate. Ha! I found it. I found the last one, I think. I hope. Yes, I found it. Ha! All right, let's go. All right, so this time, I don't know what's gonna happen. Excuse me. Good night, Amelie. Sleep well. Let me just quick. Okay, yeah. All right, return. Tomorrow, everything will be better. Lilica stepped out of the bedroom, shutting the door softly behind her. Yeah, at this point, we're just getting the last few scenes. The hall was still dark, with only a few candles to light her descent. It was quiet. Everything was asleep. The eyes that followed Lilica wherever she went were closed. The voices that crept up from between the floorboards, silent. Somehow, that only made Lilica more uncomfortable. But that didn't matter. Not now.
She knew where she was going and what she must do. She inched closer. Excuse me. She inched closer and closer to that door. That door that held a sickness behind it named Sophia. Let me take another drink of Gatorade. This is a lot of talking. It was closed tight. Lilica raised her hand, almost as if to knock, but instead pushed it open and entered. Just as the hallway was dark, so was the guest bedroom. The lantern had been blown out only a short while ago. No sound came from the bed. All was still. Lilica crept closer, closer and closer, until she stood over the bed like a shadow. The woman underneath her kept her eyes shut tight. Her face was calm and serene. Lilica couldn't help but smile as her hands wrapped around her fragile, pale neck. Her fingers dug into Sophia's flesh, so soft and easy to bruise. Still, she didn't even shift. For some reason, that made Lilica even more furious. But as the young woman named Sophia laid still as a statue, her mind wandered back to another that had done the same in this very house. A young woman who had left AMELIE and Lilica's care, who had only wanted the best for her daughter, had only wanted her to be happy. The problem is she'll leave. That's the problem, isn't it, my lady? The cold fingers slowly unwound from Sophia's throat. That she'll leave and take AMELIE away. But if she stays, then won't AMELIE be happy? She'll be so happy. Always. Forever. And then maybe you can... Lilica withdrew from the room in a rush, her feet carrying her faster than they had ever before. Through the hall, up the stairs, and into AMELIE's bedroom once again. The bed was warm and inviting. Lilica enveloped herself in that heat, wrapping her arms around AMELIE tightly. So, Lilica? Do you want Sophia to stay here forever? What? She will leave if we don't do anything about it. She'll leave and you will never hear from her again. That's not true, Lilica. She wouldn't just do that. My dear AMELIE, I spoke to her just a moment ago. She was already packing up her bags. At that, AMELIE rubbed her eyes and sat up. It can't be true. Go check for yourself. AMELIE, not wasting even a single moment, walked towards her door and peered down. From here, the moon was shining in through the stained glass just right, illuminating a hallway below. In the distance, a shadow could be seen moving. Lilica smiled. See? Lilica picked up a toy doll that still sat on AMELIE's bed, a relic from the past. Its straw-colored hair almost seemed to stand on end. Don't you want to keep her here? Don't you want her to be like this doll? Keep her here. Right. Your own special doll who will never leave you. Don't worry. I'll make it happen. Just for you. I'll make sure you're happy forever. Go down the hall to my room behind the bookcase. Wait for me. AMELIE's eyes had glazed over, as if she wasn't truly there. She stood from the bed and picked up a small black case that rested on her nightstand before leaving the room.
It wasn't long afterwards that Lilica followed in her footsteps, just in time to see Sophia ascending the staircase. She walked straight past Lilica, who was smiling happily, and approached Amelie's door. As she knocked, the door fell open with a groan. "Amelie, are you in here?" "Amelie's waiting for you." From somewhere hidden in the darkness, a fragile melody filled the air. Almost instantly, Sophia turned towards the sound and began to follow. Lilica sped up enough to walk beside her. "Isn't this great? You like Amelie, don't you? Don't you want to make her happy? She would be ecstatic for you to stay forever." "So, why don't we help her to be happy forever?" She offered no answer. They entered the room together. In the center of the room, surrounded by candles, Amelie sat. Her skirt fanned out around her. Spread out over the floor were piles of letters. Upon closer inspection, each was filled with words that had been crossed out and signed with, "Yours, Marion." "Amelie? Are you awake?" Her eyes were shut tight, yet her hands moved enough to play the sorrowful tone. "Please listen to me, Amelie. Lilica she isn't..." "I'm not what?" "You're going to leave her, aren't you?" Lilica shut the door, dragging the heavy lock across. In response, Sophia rushed backwards and tried the handle to no avail. Amelie's eyes finally opened. In place of her usual golden eyes was a glare of deep red. "Amelie, snap out of it, please." "You want to take her away?" "Amelie?" One at a time, Lilica blew out the candles on the room. The room was plunged into darkness. Amelie fell forward, her body exhausted. "It's nice to meet you, Sophia. I'm sure we're gonna have a fun time living together. Since you will be staying with us after all, right?" "Lilica, could you pass the sugar?" "Of course, Amelie." With a smile, Lilica pushed the sugar across the table towards Amelie. She picked up the teaspoon and dropped a single cube of sugar into her tea. "Would you like one, Lilica?" "No, thank you. Just being around you makes my tea sweet enough." Oh my god. "And you, Sophia?" "You're awfully quiet today. I'll give you just one." Next to Amelie sat Sophia. Perfect and pristine. To Amelie's eyes, at least. But Lilica saw the truth. Her flesh convulsed and pulsated, and her eyes bulged from what was once her head. The shape of Sophia was gone, and in its place was a mound of a person who used to be. Lilica smiled. "You know she likes sugar in her tea. There's no need to ask." "You're right. I'm so happy. Sophia, Lilica, you're both so important to me. Thank you for being by my side." "Anytime. Isn't that right, Sophia? From now on, it's just the three of us." Aww, they turned her into a doll! Or mound of flesh, I guess. Is this really okay? What about the future? Should you
try again?
Huh? Should I? Yes? Oh, there's more! God, it keeps going! The room was dark.
Amelie had long gone to bed, leaving Sophia alone in her room. She ducked her head under the cover and pulled out her phone. Still dead. Sophia clutched it to her chest. What do I do? What is going on here? Sophia's body stiffened up. Her back was to the door, but her mind screamed not to turn around. Footsteps crept closer and closer, until... Stay away from me! Up! Sophia threw her bedding at the approaching person and jumped to her feet, ready to run. But the person she saw collapse to the ground was not the person she was expecting. Oh my gosh, Amelie, I'm so sorry. Sophia knelt down, quickly helping the brown-haired girl to her feet. It's quite all right. I didn't mean to scare you. I apologize. No, it's my fault. I'm too jumpy. I'm glad you're here. I'm really glad you're here. Sophia's arms draped over Amelie's shoulders, and she pulled her in tight. Amelie froze for just a moment before she melted into the embrace. I'm here. But is everything all right? No, I don't think everything is all right. What could be the matter? Amelie, my phone died as soon as my cab approached your house. Do you see? She pulled out her phone, showing her the black screen. I don't think Amelie knows what a phone is. What exactly is that? My mobile phone. Amelie picked it up curiously, turning it in her hands. You've never seen a phone? What is it used for? For texting? Making calls? Playing games? Those kind of things? Amazing! Amelie? What year is it? What year? Why do you ask? Please. 1665, of course. There it is, baby! 1665! Damn! Poor Sophia. Sophia took a step back from Amelie. What is it? Amelie, This makes no sense. Lilica, this house, you... Amelie, it's 2021. What? Sophia, that's preposterous. Oh my god. She fell back onto the bed, her legs not able to hold her up any longer. Oh my god, Amelie. You're not joking. You're really... Are you feeling unwell? Maybe you need to get some rest after all. Amelie, please listen to me. Out there, the world has changed. We have phones, cars, computers. We don't need a husband. We don't need permission to buy a house. You can go to school, get a job, do whatever you want. I know I probably sound crazy to you right now, but please, I'm telling you the truth. You're trying to tell me that nearly 400 years have passed and I've been stuck here? How would that even be possible? I don't know. Amelie, how long have we been writing to each other? I don't know.
It's been 5 years.
I need to find Lilica. She'll know what's going on here.
No, wait. You can't ask Lilica.
Why not?
I can't see Lilica, Amelie. I haven't seen her once.
But she's been here from the start.
I've only seen you in this house, Amelie. Something is going on within this house that has kept you here, and I think she is the one that has done it to you.
That can't be true.
Then why don't we find out together?
How?
The master bedroom. Lilica was the one who said you couldn't enter, wasn't she? Please. Sophia reached out her hand carefully. Amelie stared at it, unsure, before deciding to take it.
I don't understand what's going on, but I trust you. Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. The hallway was still dark, with no sign of Lilica anywhere. If she appears, then tell me, okay?
Okay.
Hand in hand, the two walked quickly through the hall and up the staircase. There they stood in front of the master bedroom, side by side. Their hands were sweaty. Palm spaghetti. No matter what's in here, I'll be by your side, okay? Amelie offered no words, instead just squeezing Sophia's hand gently. And at that, Sophia pushed the door open. Just like the rest of the house, the room was dark and quiet. Only the moon shining in from the dirty window guided the two in. It smelled musty, as if they were in a tomb only just uncovered, not a bedroom. They crept closer and closer to the bed. It was surrounded completely by the canopy, keeping whatever was inside hidden. With a shaky hand, Sophia reached towards the light velvet. At once, the truth came into view. Amelie gasped and almost fell to her knees, but Sophia's hand kept her steady. I'm sorry, Amelie.
But they left. They left only a few weeks ago.
It looks like they've been gone for a very long time. Amelie, I know this is hard to believe. I find it just as hard to believe as you do. Please, we have to leave this house now, before Lilica finds us.
She knew?
I think that you've been bound to this house by her. We need to find a way to leave.
Okay.
The two only got halfway down the stairs when Amelie grounded to a halt. Sophia turned to look at her, her eyes wide in surprise, only to see that Amelie's expression was one of immense fear.
Lilica!
What are you two doing out of bed?
Lilica,
So, you went in there. She nodded upstairs.
You lied to me.
Only to keep you happy. Happiness with lies as their foundation isn't true happiness. And why not? We've been perfectly happy here for longer than you've even existed. And you come along and... I'm sorry, Amelie. I'm so sorry. Lilica burst into tears, wiping at her eyes with her sleeve in a desperate attempt to stop them from overflowing.
Lilica.
Wait, Amelie, don't! Amelie took a step towards Lilica as if to comfort her. Uh-oh. Please don't leave, Amelie. Can't we stay here together? Amelie, she's lying to you. She wants to keep you trapped here
Please. But, please.
Amelie! Sophia pulled on Amelie's arm, forcing her to turn to face her. Amelie's eyes were filled with confusion.
I know you two have been together for a long time. I know I can't compete with that, but I want to give you the life you deserve. You deserve to be free, to live, to experience everything you've missed out on. Not be stuck in time here forever. And the truth is,
Yo, they're smooching. Oh my gosh, they're smooching. We got the smooch. Cute. Whatever words were coming next were lost before they were even spoken, as Sophia leant forward and placed a gentle kiss against Amelie's lips. Yeah, we got the kiss. Had to get through how many deaths? The cries from below extinguished in an instant as Lilica watched on in horror. But just for a moment, the rest of the world melted away, and all that existed were the two of them. Amelie and Sophia. Amelie closed her eyes. The sensation was new and foreign, yet not unwanted. Butterflies were let loose in both of their stomachs. Where they connected, heat spread throughout their bodies. And then, Sophia pulled away. Teaching this girl from 1665 about Yuri. The truth is, Amelie, I have liked you for a very long time. And even if you don't like me back, I want to help you. I want to help you live again. Amelie, don't listen to her. Okay. A decisive smile came to Sophia's lips. She had no time to dwell on the sudden kiss, nor her confession that would usually make her feel so nervous she'd be sick. All she had time for was to escape. Her eyes went down the hall, where an enraged Lilica stood in their path. The windows were bolted down, unable to be opened. There was nowhere at all to escape. That is, except... Dude, are they gonna burst through the frickin' stained glass? Oh my god. I think they're gonna burst through the stained glass together. Oh, that's... Chef kiss. Do you trust me? I do. Sophia didn't need any more of a confirmation. With Amelie in hand, she turned, ran, and jumped. Oh. The glass shattered as the two girls hit it hard. They fell, surrounded by shards, until they hit the ground below. That's gay. The moon shone from high above, shielded away by the storm that never seemed to end. Amelie, are you okay? I did call it. Hello. They kept referencing the stained glass, and I was like, that's gotta be important for something. That's gotta be. Yes, I think so. Sophia rushed to Amelie's side, quickly helping her to sit up. Side by side, they looked up at the remains of the stained glass window. Lilica stood, completely still. I can see her. I'm sorry, Lilica, but... Lilica just shook her head. She grasped at her throat with her hand, and her lips moved, but no sound came out. Giving up, she looked back at Amelie, holding eye contact. Her expression wasn't angry anymore. It was just sad. She lifted her hand and waved, a slow and small motion, before she crumbled to dust on the wind. It stopped.
Lilica.
It seems it wasn't you bound to this house by her, but the other way around.
What am I meant to do now?
Amelie, you're free. You can do whatever you wish. Sophia, exhausted, once again wrapped her arms around Amelie, who returned the gesture almost immediately. There, they embraced under the now free moon. I mean, yeah, I feel like Amelie's got some legitimate concerns. Hey, I'm from 1665. What the hell is 2021? She's got to wait. She's got a lot to learn. In the manor, in the middle of a field, far out in the countryside, a curse was broken. A young woman freed. What her future held was uncertain. After all, the future never is. But she made her decision on that fateful night to trust in the future, to trust in herself, no matter what.
Aww.
Ah. Ah. That was really good. Ah. I really like that. It was very sweet and a little fucked up. You know, as one would want from a horror yuri visual novel. Ah! Hey, it said "and me." I'm on the credits. Oh! Amelie, I'm back from my class.
Sophia, quick, come here.
Is something the matter?
No, look.
Amelie held a phone screen up to Sophia, who just laughed in response. Yeah, no, I would love for more horror yuri visual novels in the world. This one was pretty sweet. It was made for like a game jam, something another. I could use more of this. Sucks for Lilica though. She kind of got the short end of the stick. Amelie is the daughter of a lord and lady from 1665. So she dresses like she's from 1665. You've got a 5-star character in the game that you like? Yeah, no, Lilica was actually the maid. The little blonde girl. I don't know if you saw her, but I thought I liked her a lot. But, yeah. Isn't it amazing? All I had to do was insert the numbers on that card you gave me. Oh no. Oh no, she got a credit card. Oh no. You gave a Victorian boy a credit card. The future truly is astounding. Well, here, let me see if I can pull it up. Even though you kind of, this is kind of the good end, quote unquote, but you can, in fact, own this game for about $4 if it seems like something you'd be interested in. Because, yeah, it's got some... Oh. Yes, I have 2 noisy birds. They're actually being pretty quiet right now, though. Thankfully. Earlier, they were not. Hi, Jasper. Yeah, no, one of them's wandering around on the floor. The future is astounding. Oh my god, why did you give her a credit card? I have a cockatiel and a parakeet. My cockatiel is the one who is currently running loose on the floor, causing trouble. Hey, what are you eating? my parakeet's just kind of vibing. You have, oh, Mochi and Mimi. Those are such cute names. Oh, oops, my headphones. My headphones. Yeah, my cockatiel is Jasper, and my parakeet is named Ringo. Ah, thank you for the follow. I love birds a lot. A very normal amount, maybe. Not really a normal amount. Jasper, stop eating the carpet! She's eating the carpet now. That is super damn cool that you have cockatiels as well, though. I'm glad. I feel like more and more people have birds now, or at least more and more people online are like, hey, I like birds. Hey, I really like birds a normal amount. And I like that, because it used to be online, it was all like, oh, cats and dogs, and like, don't get me wrong, I love cats and dogs, but gotta give the other critters some love, right? Yo, your partner works at a rescue? Oh, that's so cool. Whoa, we've got a pretty big raptor center near us, and I remember once I got to tour it with like some school thing, and it was so cool. It was so cool. I know that that particular center does a lot of like educational stuff too. But yo, that'd be so much fun to work at a rescue for birds. Just surround yourself with birds. I feel like my partner would shake his head a little. But man, if it makes me happy. I should look around for rescues in the area. And it'd be nice to volunteer at one. Not gonna lie. Just be like, hey, let me do some good in the world, huh? Oh, I zoomed myself in. Oh. Jasper, stop it! I think I scrolled back in the text. Uh-oh. The future is astounding. We can have birds and our favorite 5-star gacha character. Oh, poor Sophia. Oh no. We'll talk about it later. Oh, what's this? I'm not sure. It was slipped under the door while you were out. A plain white envelope sat on the coffee table. Nothing on it identified who sent it, nor who it was addressed to. With little concern, Sophia opened it and pulled out a letter. But the words may as well have been a different language, as she could not read them. Her eyes went straight to the name at the bottom. Yours, Lilica. Oh, she's not done with us. Oh, damn, that's quite the end. Damn. Well, clearly what needs to be the actual true end is they all come to terms with the fact that they're both obsessed with AMELIE and they're gonna have to learn how to share. I feel like that's the closest to a happy ending either of them will get. Same with AMELIE. Oh, that was very good though. I'm definitely gonna look for more visual novels like this in the future. I do kind of wish, it doesn't have a little CG thing. Oops, I didn't mean to hit the quit button. But like it doesn't have a, because a lot of them will have a CG gallery and it didn't. Not that that's the end of the world, but you know. Whew. Sometimes it's fun. Whoa! Ah!
You seem super cool. The ends, horror games, and like birds question mark slash.
Ah! Thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. I am super close to getting affiliate and I can't wait. I'm actually in the works for a real Big Kid debut too. So keep an eye out for that. Ha 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 ha. Ah! But yeah, now Jasper is eating food and not eating garbage, which is nice. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've got a schedule up on Twitter somewhere. I wonder, has this studio done another? Have they done anything else? Let's see. It looks like they have done a yaoi mystery visual novel. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I want to try and play some more VNs. This is actually, I think, the first one that I've actually played on stream. But I have a few that I'm like, ooh, I want to play that. And then when I'm like trying to figure out what games to play, I'm like, oh, maybe not this week. Oh, I don't want to play that one yet. Like some of them you gotta get the right moment, right? Ah, that was really good though. I'm gonna keep an eye. Oh, wait, this. I'm gonna pimp this dev out again. Excuse my not having better language. Their yaoi mystery visual novel actually just came out like 2 months ago. So that's cool. Shiro Nagasu Island. Shiro Nagasu Island. Let's see. Because I am all for trying something out. Ooh. Yo, this. This, just looking at the screen caps, gives me intense When They Cry vibes. And on that basis alone, I am very interested. Oh yeah, no, they have. I would be amazed if this person has not been into the When They Cry series. Oh my gosh. Yes, no, I love Higurashi. I love Higurashi so much. Yeah, this gives me Umi Neko vibes too. It's so good. Oh, this makes me happy. Thank you for the recommendation. This is like legit like spot on. Yeah, Higurashi is so good. It's probably one of my like top 5 favorite animes. It's hard to like really place them. But damn. Oh, I'm excited now. I'm definitely going to get this. Sweet. Oh my gosh. Jasper, stop eating that. Oh, it's more like Resident Evil. Honestly, I'm fine with that too. That also sounds like a fun time. Just all sorts of fun little things. Oh my gosh, now I'm really excited. I don't care if it's kind of stupid. Like, that's fine with me. I like cheesy stuff. Oh, this is going like directly on my wish list. Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. Oh, I think this is the longest that I've ever streamed. Let's see. And I do think I must unfortunately go to sleep soon. and also get my birds to sleep before they throw a tantrum. Because Jasper tends to throw a tantrum when she decides it's bedtime. And I think she's getting to that point. But yes, that was Amelie by 2.5 Studios. Which, very good. Very, very good dev. I would highly recommend them. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate the follow and the donation. Ah! Let's see, is anyone going? Zetra's going. Let's send y'all over to him. He is my VTuber brother. Got the same artist. So let's go over there. Thank you, and Otsuwini. I always wave. Why do I always wave? All right, I have to wait. I gotta wait until the countdown. The countdown. Countdown.